Good morning, everyone. I see by the clock on my computer here that it's 10 o'clock. So we will get things rolling. First of all, I will call this meeting to order. And I have to read into the record, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairman. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Yes. Where was I? Oh, once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to the opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item, that is where the administrative agenda identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. And we will now do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it'll be led by Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
You please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, we will take opening public comment.
Thank you. Good morning. Jim Jackson. Last month I was here and I made a comment that was incorrect. You were discussing the VHRs up at Lake Tahoe, and I said, I'm going to make my comments, but I really have no skin in the game. Well, that was an incorrect comment, and I'm here to correct it. I do have skin in the game. Everybody in the county has skin in the game on any decisions that this panel makes, whether it's at Lake Tahoe, Johnson Lane, down in Gardnerville, doesn't make any difference. We all have skin in the game. What you do in one place, you're as likely to do in some other place, whether it be good, whether it be bad or indifferent, doesn't make any difference. So we have all been talking about a lot of different things that are going on in the valley and everything, but we all do have skin in that game. And what you do can harm some of us down in this area when it's helping somebody else. And I hope that you take that into consideration on any decisions that you make and everything. Not only do you need to do the right thing, but you need to do the moral thing. If it's bad for the citizens of this county, then it's a bad thing to do. If it's good for one group of citizens, but bad for another, now you got a dilemma. What are you going to do? Who are you going to hurt and everything? So please take that into consideration when you're making all of your decisions. Johnson Lane, Painted Rock Mine, you know, that's one of my main topics that I always talk about. This is one of those things that what you do in that area is going to affect everybody in the valley, because if you do it to us, you can do it to them. And we're all going to be looking at it from that point of view and everything. So I have other comments I'll make, but I'm going to wait till the end of the meeting for that, because I think the next person coming up is going to have a little bit better comments. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. John Sheridan, Gardnerville Ranchos for the record. And I'm here as a private resident of the Gardnerville Ranchos, not as an elected official. Trustee for the Gardnerville Ranchos General Improvement District. I want to speak on administrative agenda item number 7. We're just not ready to make the approval for ordinance number 2024-1633. I know you all received my correspondence in respect to public comment, and I want to apologize. I know I usually have to scale back my tone. And so I apologize for that. And I just want to say we really need to do our work on the back end, so we're not holding these projects up when they come before us. And we have failed to do our work on the back end with regards to supporting the water infrastructure in the Gardnerville Ranchos for these developments, as well as supporting our infrastructure around roads. And so I would respectfully request you guys take that into consideration. Again, I'm not a NIMBY, and I'm not saying these developments should never go forward. I moved here 25 years ago to the greatest valley on earth, but I do think we do need to do our due diligence on the back end, so we're not putting our current constituents in a pinch. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vicki Jackson, and I'm here to speak on Painted Rock Mine. Many of the residents here have been trying to stop Knox from having the right to drive down Johnson Lane with their trucks. We were told 2 years ago, write letters to the BLM, county officials, stating our concerns. We showed up at the tour organized by AJ with all the parties involved. We attended meetings that Mark Amadei held in Minden. Hundreds of the residents did this and much more. I and many of the residents in the area were under the impression that both this council and our state representative was doing something to prevent this from happening. Apparently, we were wrong. It is my understanding that this is very close to becoming a done deal, with trucks running as soon as July. We are very angry and disappointed. It is your job to protect the residents of this community, and nothing visible has been done. I would like to review the major concerns of this going forward with 170 additional heavy trucks on Johnson Lane and the surrounding areas. Safety on the roads to children, residents, and pets, especially during winter. Safety and extensive traffic delays at 395 while these trucks try to navigate the turns. Excessive noise through residential areas. Keeping the BLM from safely being used as a multi-purpose recreation area from off-roaders, bikers, hikers, dog walkers, campers, horseback riders. Significant expenses to the taxpayer of this county to repair the roads damaged caused by that many additional trucks. Significant loss in homeowner value, probable effect on the water table, which many of us use. It is apparent that we cannot stop this project from going through. However, there are other routes available that do not require these trucks to go through the local residential areas. I realize Knox wants this route to save a lot of money. It should not be placed on the backs of the residents to improve their bottom line. They have mitigated our complaints, they say, of course, with their experts and whose level of acceptance. Our rights seem to have no power against them. Your job is to protect the residents of this community. That should include the safety and concerns, maintaining the rural lifestyle we all moved here for, and properly representing the constituents. Again, we are angry and disappointed. Time is running out. What, if anything, are you going to do to stop this? Your actions will be remembered. Thank you very much.
Jim Slade. Chairman Rice, you got off to a rough start as chairman 4 weeks ago. You violated any number of board norms and procedures, including these. Commissioners shall not be disrespectful to the public, nor make snappy or sarcastic comments to the public. Commissioners shall treat everyone with courtesy and respect. Inappropriate behavior is derogatory and damages the perception of the county. It is clear that your disrespectful behavior has damaged that perception. I will not stoop to your level, however. I will not point my finger at you, nor wag it menacingly as you did. I will not say you're full of, you know what, as you did. I will simply state the facts. A year ago, the fact was that you had known Mr. Walder for several years, knew that he lived at the lake, and knew that he was a planning commissioner. Hence, when you said that there was no planning commissioner from the lake, you undoubtedly knew that was a false statement, a lie, so that showed dishonesty. You almost certainly did that to mislead your fellow commissioners to vote in the way that you wanted. The very next month, you made another demonstrably false statement that you again knew was untrue, again to try to influence your fellow commissioners to vote with you. 2 knowing lies in less than a month shows a lack of integrity. You claimed last month that you had admitted that you had misspoken on those 2 occasions, but I certainly don't recall hearing that. Besides, Claiming you merely misspoke when you clearly knew your statements were untrue is a politically expedient cop-out and is inadequate and unacceptable. So that shows a lack of accountability. Why you remain so stubbornly incapable and unwilling to apologize is beyond comprehension and shows a weakness of character. All you had to say a year ago or today is one simple sentence, such as this: those two statements were untrue, so I sincerely apologize to the board and to the public for those false statements. That would have ended this a year ago. My bringing this up has never had anything to do with my not being reappointed to the PC. I knew that was coming and was not the least bit upset. In many ways, it was a relief. Unlike the previous planning commissioner who applied for reappointment and was denied, I did not storm out of the room and slam the door behind me. Instead, I walked over to Mr. Bruno, shook his hand, and wished him luck. I have great respect for law enforcement, but the fact that you served many years as a police officer does not mean that you are above the law, nor that you are incapable of dishonesty. Other members of the public have called out various county officials with accusations more serious than telling lies, including former Chairman Gardner, the county manager, and the sheriff, yet none of them has overreacted and lost control the way you did. Now you have something more to apologize for. While you may be stressed out because your wife has been indicted on 2 felony charges and may face up to 9 years in prison, if you can't follow the board's norms and procedures, then you should resign.
Ed Gaines, I have a question. I don't understand procedure. Maybe Mr. Rich could help me. I have a problem with item H on the consent calendar. Do I talk about that now, or do we wait for the consent? Okay, we're asking for another $30,000. I think there has to be some explanation here. Why are we paying $79,000 for an outside firm to inspect our plans and issue our permits? Our building department collects that money up front. Usually, there's a few people they don't collect from, I'm finding out. But most contractors have to pay it up front. So why do we have to okay or give them? I'm not sure if we're giving them the $79,000. I would like an explanation on what happens there, because Lyon County does their own plan inspections in-house. Carson City does their own in-house. The ones that was doing our plan inspections has left because of lots of reasons I hear. But we know that our head building official has violated NRS in handing permits out to unlicensed and unspecialized contractors. That was one of the problems she had. She turned a person down. So I would like to know, where's this $79,000 coming from? Because we already collected. Do we put that on top of what the building department has? We have hired a building official. He don't have, as I talked to ICC yesterday, he does not have a certification to inspect plans. It takes a B2 on top of his certification, and especially for commercial plans. He does not have it. Is that why we're sending it out? We got a person that is unqualified running our building department, as I've been saying before, and showing preferential treatment as the person I turned in that he didn't pay for permit. And Mr. Ritchie, there's a procedure if they're going to change things where they don't charge for certain permits anymore. They have to go through that process to put it in the procedures manual. The 2 people I talked to in the county, that didn't happen. Somebody either falsified or didn't do it. But I would like clarification on that $79,000. And I think the people in here are entitled to it. If we're paying that above what they're already collecting for a permit fee, for an inspection fee right up front, they collect that. They won't take the plans until you pay it. Valerie Nunes was very good about that. So I could be all wrong on this. I would just like an explanation of where the $79,000 is coming from. Thank you.
This is the first meeting. I'll introduce don't start the time yet because these cameras aren't placed right. They're not showing the speakers. This is the first meeting where they're omitting the speakers intentionally, restricting the access to the public, to those of us who are providing testimony to this board.
During public, excuse me, during public comment, the cameras are where they are. So continue,
Jason
please.
Gibson, on behalf of the House of Gibson. Today is Resident Moon 23, Imbolc. This is the holy day. To Isis Estarte Diana. Imbolc is the cross-quarter holy day. Not that you would know about that because this is a 13-moon calendar. This is the natural law that's been obstructed by fictitious persons doing business as Douglas County dinosaurs. On December 21st, there were comments made by Chairman Rice that he was threatening to have me arrested again. He had me arrested twice using Coverly's employees. Under his direction, they had me arrested on the 20th at the senior center, where we showed up for a peaceful assembly for the Nerf zombie war. And instead of the Nerf zombie war and a little bit of fun, I was abducted and charged with assault and battery. And I was there with the independent party who was pushing signatures for John Kennedy. The previous day, or actually not the previous day, but the 18th of January, Wesley Rice, Mark Gardner, thank you, and Coverly, Dan Coverly, used their influence to have my license plates stolen off of my vehicle while parked outside of the Minden Courthouse. These are the kinds of people you got running Douglas County. They can't win by playing fair. They don't have the honor that you think they have. They're not peace officers, okay? So we got Wesley Rice on the record on the December 21st meeting, openly admitting that they had me arrested and abducted on March 2nd, 2023, in a private driveway, arrested me, towed my vehicle, sold my vehicle, stole my personal property. And they used the same agent on the 20th, just 2 weeks ago, to have me arrested again at the senior center, Officer Hickman. That's how these guys think they're above the law, and they are. They've been running the show for a long time, and they're getting filthy rich doing it. And now they're going to expand their criminal enterprise at the tune of $100 to $140 million for a building that's smaller than the community center and is going to cost us 7 to 10 times more. And in order to pay for it, they're going to be policing dogs and cats. They already make up 2/3 of the crime that they're paid to police. They are creating a total police state of a criminal enterprise. You want to tell us why there's an entertainment stage built into the jail-at campus? You think people are going to be partying at the jail-at campus, celebrating law enforcement? They don't do Memorial Days. They don't do Veterans Days. They don't participate in the Nevada State Parade. So why do we need a stage built into the jail-at facility?
Is there any further public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. First of all, we need an approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We need approval of the previous minutes. These will be the minutes of December 21st, 2023 at the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, sir. And we have a motion and a second. Is there any corrections to the minutes? No. In that case, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. The Douglas County Liquor Board, and this is for possible action. Discussion to approve the package retail liquor license for Select Distillers Incorporated, doing business as Select Distillers Incorporated, represented by owner and manager Sally Burrows. Sally Burrows has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Select Distillers Incorporated is located at 298 Kingsbury Grade Suite 2E, State Line, Nevada, 89449. Captain Mitchatarian.
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchatarian for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant, Ms. Sally Burrows, has met all the requirements for this application, and we are not in objection.
Thank you. Since this is for possible action, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Do I hear a motion?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. I assume the sheriff's way down at the other end, so I'm assuming you've got an aye. And so that passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we move to the county consent calendar.
Mr. Chairman, can we take item H off and give county staff an opportunity to explain the reasoning for that? I had discussed some of those same issues that were brought up during public comment with county staff and thought that the responses were very good, and I think the public should have an opportunity to hear them.
Thank you. Any other changes? Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar A through R with the exception of H?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move H to the administrative calendar. Instead of taking that first, I would like to have the presentation by the BLM so they can get back to their office. So if you would be so kind, we have an update from the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, and the Carson City District Office of the BLM's activity in Douglas County and surrounding areas, and Jonathan Palma, Acting Sierra Front Manager. Sure.
All right. Thank you. John Palma, I'm with the Bureau of Land Management, the acting field manager. Appreciate the time coming to give you some updates on some of our actions here in Douglas County. So I'm going to run through some things. So first thing I'm going to go over is the pine nut herbicide and seeding. We've got a fuels reduction project in the Pine Nut Mountains. So the goal of this is to create fuel breaks along roadsides and in previously impacted fire areas to hopefully reduce the fine fuels, cheatgrass, those kind of things, and then seed with other plants that will come back and take the place of cheatgrass. So that proposal is for around 15,500 acres. So that's one thing that we got coming up.
Can I ask, where was that? Sorry.
Yeah, in the Pine Nut Mountains. So it's a broad area. It's not just a one spot. We also we've received a request for 2 new water tanks on public land from Gardnerville Water Company. So those 2 are requested for east of Corley Ranch and south of Pine Nut Road. So right now, where we are, it's going to be an EA required, and we need to meet with the water company to tell them how to proceed with the next steps. So we're just waiting on that meeting and we'll get things going. Smelter Creek, which I think you're familiar with. So this was an emergency X for short-term clearance and maintenance of Smelter Creek. We do need to work with Douglas County to get that application renewed. The current authorization expires in mid-year, so we will need to work to get that going. Frontier Communication in the community also has several right-of-ways that are being renewed. So they're already existing. We're just renewing them so that they can continue operations. We also have Sierra Lutheran High School in Douglas County that's requested a direct sale of the land that it currently resides on. It's an RNPP right now. And so we're working through the next steps to get that moving so that they can purchase that land. As far as Indian Creek Recreation Area, so kind of some of the post-fire restoration efforts, we continue to work in the campground to get repair of the facilities done. We're removing a lot of hazard trees. We're still removing a lot of down trees that have been in the area. So that's continuing to go. We also had staff along with the Sugar Pine Foundation, Patagonia, and Vail Resorts plant 800 Jeffrey pines at the entrance to the campground. So looking for the future out there to grow some trees. We also have had contractors working on that hazard tree removal in the Kurtz Lake area as well as the campground. And then we're also have a contractor putting in a new boundary fence around the campground and Kurtz Lake. We have currently special recreation permits. We've got
Mr. Palma, before we go any further on that, so if you don't mind just interrupting you during this, Mr. Chair. Okay. Anyways, you know, the Indian Creek Campground is in Alpine County.
Yes.
And so that doesn't directly affect Douglas County. We have a tremendous amount of deforestation in the Tamarack Fire in Douglas County, especially in the Double Springs area, Holbrook Highlands area, and then to the east beyond 395. Is there any plans to, is there any BLM land involved there? And is there any plans to reforest those particular parcels that are BLM property in that area?
I'd have to look into that. I can look into that because I don't know for sure. I believe a lot of that would be reforested, would be primarily Forest Service over in that area. But I will double check. Yep. All right.
Sorry to distract you.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. So special recreation permits in Douglas County, we've got 5 active ones currently. They're all for OHV tours. So we've got Aramark Services, Full Access Tahoe, Tim and Tracy Nelson, Northern Mono County Chamber of Commerce, and Nevada Off-Road Association. And then we also have 2 pending special recreation permits, and that's for Valley Off-Road Race Association and Bike Monkey Inc. So the off-road race was an OHV race, and then the Bike Monkey is a mountain bike race in the Pine Nuts. And then the last thing I've got on my list for, second to last, I do have an update for Painted Rock Mine. So as you know, so BLM is a cooperating agency. It's a BIA project. So right now there is a preliminary EA that is being reviewed internally, and then it'll be going out to public with a public meeting scheduled sometime in the early spring. BIA will be setting all those meetings up and releasing that for public comment.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
Has the BLM looked over the EIA?
Have we reviewed the EA?
Reviewed it, yes.
Yes, we've reviewed it and sent our comments back to the BIA for incorporation.
And would you care to share your feelings about it with the public here today?
With the comments?
Well, you reviewed the EIA and you made comments on it. it's very important to a lot of people in this community. It would be a good time maybe to express what your comments were.
Yeah, so I have staff that review and send comments back, so I don't know every comment that was sent back, but you know, when we review projects and then send them back, the BIA is going to send that out for public comment, and that's where we want to see what the public thinks of that project.
The public probably wants to know what you guys think, because you're going to have a decision to make along with the BIA.
Yeah, well, where we are, you know, we are to manage lands for multiple use. And so, you know, we do that with public comment, and then we're looking at all the different things that can happen out there.
So you're not going to answer my question, I guess. That is, what were the comments that you had concerning the BIA? Did you approve of what they did? Did you have concerns about what they did? Okay, so let me ask you another question. What part involvement did you guys have with the EIA? Who decided who was going to be the experts to report on the studies? Who hired the experts to do these different type of studies? I assume BIA did. Did the BLM have any involvement in that?
Well, so as a cooperating agency, we're going to review what they put together.
Okay. So again, that's not answering my question. I understand you're going to review it. You've said that.
Yeah.
My question is, experts were hired to review certain concerns that this community has for that project. Did the BLM have involvement in picking those experts? Because listen, we have two attorneys here on the board, and we both know, and I would assume most other people, that depending on who hires an expert, you're going to get a certain type of response, right? So the question is, did you have an involvement, or was it just BIA who picked these experts, that all of them felt that there's no problems with this road now?
Right. I would have to, so I'm coming in late. I just started a few weeks ago. So I would have to see if we had any involvement at all in picking those experts. But like I said, we go in and we review those comments that they've made, and we put our comments into there.
Can I follow up? Thank you. And we realize this is very complex, and you haven't been with this from day one. And so thanks for being willing to even talk about it. I just picked up on your sentence that said, we want to see what the public thinks. And so I wondered if you could just expand on that a little bit.
Yeah. So, you know, in the EA process, there's going to be public comment. So that's where there's been public comment to now. There's going to be more opportunity for public comment. And so each of these documents should incorporate those public comments into the document, into the EA.
So in the public comment sessions, if there is strong and uniform sentiment about things, would that sway your action?
I think we want to, the document's going to end up trying to incorporate and see what we can do to make everybody happy, I guess is probably the easiest way to put it. But with something like this, it's going to be controversial, and yeah, BIA is going to have, they're going to have a lot to comments, I'm sure, to wade through.
So if the public comes in strong and uniform and a lot of public comment, would that bolster your, would that, based on that, would you take a more negative position?
I'm not the one making that decision, so I guess you'd have to ask the BIA decision maker on that one, what their feeling is.
Okay. And by you, I meant not you personally, but you, the BLM, as representatives of the BLM. But probably the same answer that there's, from what I understand, you said there's only so much you can do, and you acknowledge BIA as the decision maker. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? The commissioner knows that.
Thank you.
You said you're going to have a report sometime in a 3-month span. So if you don't have it by the end of spring, when will you have it?
As far as I know, it's on track to be ready sometime in the early spring.
Okay, so that's as
Yeah.
far as you know.
Yeah.
I think you've already heard one of our public speakers talk about the inference or the problems with the Painted Rock Mine traffic, et cetera. And you've had meetings with the people in that area. What more do you need?
Do you mean what more comments do we need?
You have had comments over, I'm guessing, at least 3 months, 4 months, maybe even 6, as to the effects of the Painted Rock Mine on Johnson Lane. And those are the people that I'm referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you want to talk about getting trucks out onto 395, that's another member of the public that I have a problem with that. The double trailer trying to get onto 395 takes up 2 lanes. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want this to feel, I appreciate you bringing this information. We've asked for it, basically on somewhat of a timely basis, maybe quarterly, I guess. And so I don't want this to appear like an interrogation. Okay, you're here to give us a report. We are here to try to express some of our concerns, especially concerns not only that we feel, but concerns that we're getting out of the public on this as well. So I had a couple of questions in that regard. Is my understanding is that for the Painted Rock Mine to be approved, that's pretty much a sole responsibility of BIA. Where BLM comes into play here is the 2 miles of access between the BIA allotment land where the Painted Rock Mine would be, and access to county roads, namely Johnson Lane. It's about 2 miles, I understand. And so whether or not BLM wants to provide that access, that approval for access between Painted Rock Mine and the county roads. And so Mike, and I think it was expressed by either Ms. Jackson or Mr. Jackson here just earlier. I look at this report here and it talks about special recreation permits and pending special recreation permits. And all of these, except for the Smith Valley area, which is actually in Lyon County, not in our county, but OHV rentals and tours. And so I'm questioning the compatibility of allowing access of these trucks across BLM land from the BIA to Douglas County through areas that not only are BLM controlled, but also special use permits, special recreation permits by OHV vehicles and rentals in that area. I am concerned about safety aspects of our residents and our visitors in that area, as we have, and they're anticipating 60 to 80 trucks a day on that process. It doesn't seem like there's a compatibility here between what we're trying to attract and what you're permitting, and then what you might permit across that. So I don't understand the incompatibility or the approval. If BLM decides that they want to approve that access, I don't know how the two can coexist, I guess, and that's my concern. We have to be ultimately concerned about the safety of our residents, and this doesn't appear to be mitigated at all. So I would suggest we need, either you're going to allow OHVs or you're going to allow the trucks, but I don't see how the two are compatible and how they're going to coexist. But that's just my observations here. So I hope you take that into account. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Yeah, Mr. Palmer, I wanted to go forward with what he had said. I wasn't trying to interrogate you or making you feel uncomfortable. These are just some tough questions that we were hoping that Representative BLM would have the answers to when they came here today. As you can tell, of all the things you talked about, you've only had questions on one issue. This is one issue that's very important to a lot of people here. We've gotten different input from the community. We get different input from our staff of what we can and can't do. Legally, it'd be nice to hear from somebody at the BLM who has all this information. There's a lot of different concerns, yet it's my understanding that this report was rejected all those concerns, but mostly based upon different experts that was hired either by the rock mining company or the BIA. We haven't seen those reports. These are the issues that would most closely affect our residents. So what I'm basically saying is I understand you don't have the answers to these things. It would have been nice if someone from BLM came here that did have the answer. If it wasn't going to be today, then maybe, Mr. Chairman, we could put this on the agenda if we can get somebody here who can answer some of these questions before this gets to the point that there's going to be public hearings and notices, because then we'll have a better understanding and a better way to address these things to our constituents when that point comes.
Thank you. As you can see, sir, you stepped into a hornet's nest. This is one of the most contentious issues that I've seen in many years. The BLM is being cast as a villain because everybody thinks that you can just wave your magic wand and stop the entire project. Unfortunately, we know that's not correct, but you do have influence on how they're going to remove their product and get it to where it needs to go without going through our residential areas. So I don't envy you, but please keep in mind the fact that the people that live in that area are very concerned, and in some cases very angry that this has taken so long to resolve. So I don't envy you where you have stepped into a situation not of your making, but we beseech you, please keep our citizens in mind as you make your further decisions. Thank you. Any further board comments?
I do have a question that I need to ask that's beyond this. So I don't know if he's done, or Mr. Palmer, are you done pretty much with your presentation or not?
I think so. What you're probably going to ask is probably what I was given, maybe.
And that's Mr. Slade's questions regarding the clear cutting of Faye Luther. Is that right?
Yes, and that was my last thing that I was going to.
Very good. Okay, I know that Mr. Slade came before this board back in August of 23, and when we previously had a presentation by BLM, and I failed as chairman to address that question, and I apologize to Mr. Slade for that oversight, but I didn't want to oversight this again today. So hopefully maybe you can have some answers for Mr. Slade in that regard, and us also. Thank you.
Yeah. So I did receive, looks like Mr. Slade had some concerns about its Faye Luther trailhead area. There are some sagebrush removed. And so I'll go over what I know about the project out there. So it is in Alpine County. So it's 186 acres of mosaic mowing that was done to decrease fire intensity behind some of those homes back there, and to hopefully keep the intensity down if a fire were to start. It was done in some old dense stands of sage, bitterbrush, and rabbit rush. And so, like I said, the goal was to drop the fire to the ground, so it'll give firefighters a chance to get in and put out any fire that starts behind those homes in that area. I know we did not reseed in that area from, Forest Service has also done a lot of similar projects in that area, and all their projects did not require any seeding. They came back with native plants before that. There's anticipated there'd probably be a little bit of cheatgrass in there, but there should be, from our monitoring, there's some native perennials in there as well that have come back.
Thank you. I don't know if that answers all of Mr. Slade's questions, but anyways, Would it be possible for you and Mr. Slade to get together? Maybe you can exchange business cards or phone numbers, email addresses, whatever it takes, so that Mr. Slade can address you directly in
Yeah.
regards to any additional questions you have.
Absolutely.
Mr. Slade on this issue. That you comfortable with that, Mr. Slade? Well, and unfortunately, we don't allow public comment during presentation only items. So, okay, come to me then later on. Okay, thank you. I'll try to address those with direct. Okay, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Are there any more questions from the board? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. And as you can see, this is a very interesting issue. And we hope that you'll be able to allay some of the fears of our citizens in the way that you address the issue. And thank you so much for coming and putting yourself in the hot seat.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to item H, which was pulled. This is for possible action. Discussion to approve the First Amendment to the contract for professional services between Douglas County and West Coast Code Consultants Incorporated, WC3, increasing the contract by $30,000 to a total of $79,000 to perform commercial and major residential building plan review services for Douglas County. Community Development Department and authorize the county manager to sign the amendment. And Andrea Pauling. Hi. You're not Andrea.
Tom Delaire, Community Development Director, and with me is Andrea Pauling, our Deputy Director of Community Development. This item is coming before you because last year we had actually 3 contracts to help us and help staff with plan reviews. We eliminated 2 of those and just went with West Coast Consulting this year at a $49,000 amount. And we had a plan reviewer in our department that had been with us for a number of years retire and resign and move away out of the area. And so we had 4 months there where we had nobody except for Tim doing plan reviews. He's our building official, and he needed some support. This item, and the reason we're using this is to supplement our current staff. We have 2 individuals in the department that will perform plan reviews. Tim, our building official, is one of them, who's over all of the building in the entire Douglas County and is quite busy. And we also have a plan reviewer now working and gearing up. He is a residential designer and is doing plan reviews. We hired him on to our staff as doing plan reviews. And so this is supplementing that budget and our time, staff's time to review those plans. We do anticipate a couple of very large industrial projects coming forward in the next couple months this fiscal year that we wanted to cover those larger buildings, a little more specialized in plan review. And we wanted to make sure that they got done in a timely fashion for those individuals who are planning to invest in Douglas County. So did you have anything else to add? If you have any questions for me, I'm available, or we're available.
Do you want to add what you told me? One of the things that has concerned me on the board is that we hire a lot of outside consultants instead of things that we should be doing in-house. And this was one of the issues that I brought up before. So I discussed this with County Manager Ms. Davison, and I thought her answers were really good about why we're not hiring somebody full-time now again to take up all this. And what you want to answer, or you want me to go?
Fred.
How about now? Yes. Okay, I can hear myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. And so our community development department staffing levels are probably the most sensitive to market demand that we see. And instead of adding full-time equivalent positions in response to market demand, when we see some market uncertainty, we use professional services to supplement the capacity of this team to expand and contrast in response to the market. We do evaluate periodically when full-time staff are needed. And right now we think professional services is the best way to proceed and will allow for future changes in the market without having to result in layoffs on the team. And so that is truly why we look to professional services on this team. In addition to expanding their capacity and subject matter expertise, we look at responding as efficiently as we can to market demands.
Okay, any further questions from the board? Since this is for possible action, we will open it to public comment.
Here we are, Jason Gibson with the Maladministrative Audit Council for Douglas County. First and foremost, this is not a community development department. This is a commercial development agency. About 4 weeks ago, agency presented their strategic plan, and their strategic plan repeated time and time again how chaotic, how unorganized, how crazy things are in this commercial development agency. That maladministrative protocol carried over 2 weeks later when Dallaire appeared before the Planning Commission. And when they appeared before the Planning Commission, the chair lady railed Dallaire and his partner for not providing information well in advance by which to make an intelligent decision on the Rancho development project. It's the same maladministrative tactic that they used with this meeting in dropping a supplemental document 2 days before the meeting with regards to the development off of Kimmerling Road. So what they're doing here is they're dropping copious amounts of information that nobody quite understands. And rather than filter that through the norms and procedures councils, they outsource it to these consultants who know little to nothing about Douglas County. And they outsource it at the tune of 50 to 100 to 150,000 per contract. And all we get back is a bunch of fancy numbers and fancy terms and a document that has a shelf life of maybe a year or two, but nobody really knows what's in it. Nobody really investigates the detail behind it. So once again, maladministrating our future, outsourcing professional services when they should be using the 22 committees in our norms and procedures and supporting those volunteers and those professionals who volunteer to aid the board in policy decision-making. This is not a community development department. It's a commercial manufacturing agency whose planning schematic is costing us a fortune and is essentially paving the valley in our future with uncertainty.
Ed Gaines. They didn't seem to answer my question. The first thing that happens when you set a set of plans on the counter, they collect a plan check fee. Is this money coming out of the money they already collected, or are we putting this on top to hire other people? Now, I disagree with Tom Dallaire. I talked to ICC yesterday, we looked at Tim Davis's numbers. He does not have anything to inspect plants. Now, Nick Nalder has progressed in his stuff, and I champion him for that. He has picked up more certifications, and he does have a residential plan check fee. So why doesn't he check plans? And we don't know why the person left completely, but I know at the time there was a big discussion because an illegal permit was issued and she wouldn't issue it. Tim Davis issued it. And that's been turned into the contractors board and on and on and on. But my question is, why are we paying outside people? Now, Tom there says, well, we had 3 people last year. We did. I did a freedom request on that. One of them was out surveying Resource Concepts, surveying, checking land, doing planning problems to make sure things complied and whatnot. Had nothing to do with the building department. They're blaming this on plan check. We had an Far West, he was out actually doing inspections because we didn't have qualified inspectors. It's a pretty big county. Why don't we have qualified people? Like I say, there's actually been 2 people that have stepped up and passed some more tests, and I commend Douglas County for that. But why are we going outside hiring? Now, I did a search on what they have, what the code enforcers have did, West Coast code enforcers did last year, and they did stuff on master plan studies and whatnot. That is not building department. They're issuing this as a building department. This is a community development issue, but not a building department. This is not a plan check thing. They're trying to push it off on that. Let's put it how it is. And I have actually 19 pages of documents here that I went through to find that. There is some plan checks in here, but there's a lot of miscellaneous master plan searches they've done. My question is, why are we paying for it? Why are we paying extra? Again, I talked to Lyon County. They do it all in-house. Carson City's got a little bit of work going too. I just talked to them this morning. They do it all in-house. They have their plan checks there. Why don't we hire the right people, have them in the county to do it, rather than show the preferential? You had a chance to hire Sean Keaton, which worked for Far West. Nobody wanted to hire him. We stayed with the good old boys that shows preferential treatment and whatnot for this.
Jim Jackson again. Going back to my first comments on having skin in the game, we have skin in this game too. It seems like every time something comes up, I hear it very often, we're going to hire an outside consulting firm to do it and spend thousands and thousands of dollars to do that. Now, this may be a time when all of a sudden there's a lot of activity, you don't have the staff to cover it. I can understand having to do that. And as much as I hate to do this, I do agree with Mr. Gibson on some of the points that he made. We need to hire the people and do it internally and plan ahead for this so that we're not constantly hiring outside consulting firms that know nothing about this valley, know nothing about the people that live here, know nothing about what the growth has been and everything. This may not be one of those times that you can avoid hiring that consulting firm, but I think you need to plan farther ahead and look, do we need to bring this in-house as we did with the airport and saved millions of dollars by not hiring an outside consulting firm and everything. So I think you need to look at it from that point of view also. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate the public comment regarding the attempts to do it in-house. Sometimes, we're down anywhere from 30 to 50 employees on a daily basis in this county. Sometimes you just, number one, you can't necessarily find them, and we can't find the skills that we're looking for necessarily in-house. And we're overtaxing and overburdening our current staff with trying to do this. It actually turns out, so this is basically a $30,000 augmentation. We've already approved in the previous budget $49,000 to this effort. I believe that's a correct number. But when we enter into these contracts, number one, we do get professional, skilled individuals that can do this. In addition to that, by not hiring these people necessarily on a full-time basis, we certainly avoid the additional costs of benefits to those employees, okay, which is a tremendous outlay of our resources. So when we need the expertise, I think this is a good way of going about it. And so I have no issues with this going forward. So anyways, unless there's further comments by others, I'll entertain a motion.
Can I just ask?
Or I'll not entertain a motion, I'll make a motion.
Can I ask Tom to clarify something that was asked, I think I know the answer from?
Commissioner Hales had her light on first.
I totally agree with what Commissioner Gardner has said, but and adding to that, I want to ask, is there room if you were to hire someone else to put them to work?
No, we don't have any room in our building today in community development. We don't have any room left. We actually have one office shared by our engineering department, and we would have to do a work from home if we hired another individual for plan review.
Larry, can you just answer? I think the answer is going to be no, but we don't charge over and above somebody to do the plan checks. This is, they pay their plan checks and we use that money instead of paying staff to pay the outside expert. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, and that is correct. We do, in the building permit fee itself, there's two sections to that. There's an actual building permit part, and then there's 65% of that building permit is for plan review. The plan review portion of that permit is being used to pay for these services. It is, the 79,000 in total is still less than one plans examiner, and we don't have to have space for them in our department, which we don't currently have today. So
Thank you. If there's no more questions, we'll bring it back to the board. Yes, sir.
So at this time, I would move to approve the First Amendment to the contract for professional services between Douglas County and West Coast Code Consultants Incorporated, WC3, increasing the contract by $30,000 to a total of $79,000 as indicated on this.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We've been asked to have a 5-minute break. I think with the facilities that we have, maybe we better make it 10. No, we'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If we could get the commissioners back, we'll start in about 1 minute. All right, it's been 10 minutes and I see that everybody is back in their places mostly. Never mind. Okay, all the commissioners are back in their places with bright, shiny faces. All right, we will go ahead with the agenda item number 2 for possible action. A discussion to approve the reorganization of the management structure of the Douglas County Public Library, including eliminating one library supervisor position and creating an assistant library director, which would result in a potential salary budget increase of $12,416 for fiscal year 2024 through 2025. And our head librarian is with us, so if you would take it away, sir.
Hello, Tim DeGelder, Library Director for the record, and I have with me
Jermaine Mirko for the record.
she's a library board member that serves on the library board. So a little bit of background on this, just kind of came up at the last directive. How do you develop staff and give them new skills, new experiences, plan for succession without a great impact on the budget in hiring new staff and making it very meaningful? So we thought about this at the library before I was hired in 2022. There was no library director for about 1 year. And we have currently 3 supervisors and 1 assistant management position. So the board looked at how could we develop someone in the library and give them some executive management skills, executive experiences to help for succession planning. If something would happen, someone could actually run the department. Or maybe even promote to the next level. We decided in a unanimous vote to take 1 supervisor out of 3 and make that particular person an assistant director. So you would have an assistant director that I could actually go to and help with long-term planning. And we ran the numbers through finance, and there is not going to be, I don't have to ask for an increase in the budget, so that there's money already budgeted for that position. So you guys should have a handout. Some of the things we were looking for, I think that was kind of talked about right before I got up here. You have the succession planning for when the library director leaves or retires. You have the assistant director would be another staff member that could report to the board as part of their job description. And they could have direct contact with the library board. The assistant director could help with committees, long-term planning, special committees that could be formed. This will help with goals and communication. The assistant director can help with library board goals and more of the strategic planning. They would also have the authority when the library director is unavailable to just make the decision and do things and get things moving. And by promoting a library supervisor to the assistant director, the personnel costs will be in check. Library staff, we won't have to add library staff. The one thing we wanted to do was how do you give someone the experience, the skills without hiring new people. So we want to try to develop from within, which is why we wanted to create this one position. And any questions, comments, concerns?
Okay, if you've said all that you wanted to say.
Yes, I was just kind of explaining the background so that we have a better understanding of one supervisor. We have
All right,
three
take a picture of
supervisors.
that.
One would be promoted to assistant director.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board and yes, sir.
Mr. Chair. So just a quick question here. The assistant, so you're anticipating basically promoting one of your library supervisors. All positions are currently full with you?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So basically then you're going to have three people. You're not looking to eliminate a current employee. You're going to look at one of the three library supervisors and look at basically promoting them so that they would report to you, but also then they would assist and the others would report to that person. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be the skill building from within so that we can actually take someone within the organization and build on their skills.
Okay. You said a plan for succession. I caught those words.
Yes.
You're not looking to leave us, are you?
No, not in the near future.
Okay.
If you guys don't know, my wife loves America. She's from Thailand, so we love it, Douglas County. I'm new here and I have met so many library supporters and just people that love the county. So I get energized every time I go out and talk to people. It's so exciting that we're building the library up to what the expectations of our county. So
I know
I'm not leaving till my mission is done.
I know you're a little nervous. I said that in tongue in cheek. I meant to be.
I am
You were
not
doing
getting any
that.
younger though.
So who's going to be doing? So is the library board, advisory board, going to be interviewing your three supervisors for possible promotion to one of those, or is that is that your decision, or how is that decision?
So
gonna be made?
what we decided to do, great question. So I'm not playing any favorites. I have my supervisors and they're all qualified. I will take one of our library board members and I will also be on the team. And we will take probably another department head from within the county, just so that we have another department head that does deal with assistant directors and maybe someone from our HR department. So there'll be four of us probably. That I'm very excited that I can take someone and give them the skills and the experience, because there'll be a new job description created, which mirrors a lot of my skills that they could work on. So.
Commissioner Noah said you had something.
Yes, please. In looking at the organizational chart, there are 3 library supervisor and administrative services manager, pretty simplistic chain of command. However, you come down, you take one assistant, well, at least one supervisor apparently, and promote them to the library assistant director. The 3 areas that were covered before were youth, adult, and lake. How's that going to be split up with the new organization?
Okay, so what we decided to do was I'll give you an example. We have a library supervisor at the lake because we have another location. That particular person's in charge of all the operations there. If that particular person got promoted to the assistant director, they would still oversee that particular department, and skills would be added. We would meet daily and we would look at long-term projects. It would not be a dump on that particular person. It would be a process where we looked at a project that was coming up next month, something we needed to work on. How would we actually plan that? So they would actually do two things at the same time, but we would organize their time so it would be time management for them to do that.
Yeah, so it would mean that regardless of which person was promoted, they would now take on double duty.
I would probably say if you look at this, you could say double duty. They would have two hats. But we looked at, it's not something unmanageable if we look at what the assistant director is going to be doing with their time at that in that position. Depending on the projects or what's happening, they may have one week that's very busy because there's a lot of things going on. And there may be another week where it is a little bit lull and there's a chance for them to catch up.
Okay. So the person who gets promoted has a commensurate raise in salary.
Correct.
Okay, you want to get more responsibility, you better get more money.
Yes, and the job
Thank you.
description changes to where their job duties mirror more executive duties as well. Yes. So it's
Commissioner Hill.
tough to figure out. We were trying to do this within the budget. We didn't want to hire anybody else. We wanted to see how we could develop our staff. So this is what the board came up with, and we thought it would be reasonable to look long-term for the library. So
Would it be
Thank you for
possible
that.
to assign these other duties? Would it be possible to assign other duties that an assistant director would have, and perhaps even do it on a rotating basis? So all of the supervisors got an opportunity to develop those skills. And if you are out, you name one acting. I mean, if you're out for a significant time, you name one acting. Is there a problem with that model?
We looked at something like that, and when the board, first we looked at what the supervisors do. We really analyzed the job description, and some of the higher level things were not listed on the job description. So we looked at the assistant director position, and we totally created a brand new job description so that what they could do would be outside of their supervisory duties to give them more meaningful. Now they're required to do these things as opposed to trying to learn on the job that could be outside of their job description. So,
Any further discussion by the board? Yes, sir.
I just had one other comment, and it had nothing to do with necessarily this. Very seldom do we get an opportunity to thank members of our public who serve in roles, in volunteer roles. And so I didn't want to let this opportunity go past to thank Ms. Murkow for being here and for serving on the library board as a volunteer. So anyways, thank you for your attendance today. I just didn't want to overlook that. I almost did, so.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board? Since this is for possible action, we will open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment?
Check, Jason Gibson. Just want to take the opportunity to commend library staff. There's a lot of awesome programming that I'm tracking on Facebook. education, skill-based training, adventure role-playing games, movies, groovy movies, and ways and means to draw people into a living social form. They say the more you know, the less you show. So constantly having to flesh each other out and draw each other in. I would just put it out there to the library board and the volunteers that timing is everything. And if you're trying to teach complex subjects from 3 to 5, that's when everybody wants to rest, and producing or hosting an event might not be conducive to attracting an audience. Movies are groovy, but at 10 in the morning, I doubt you're going to get people who want to come and watch Barbie at 10 in the morning. I'd like to come and see that. Everybody's raving about it, but it conflicts with my work obligations. It sounds like this is an agenda item that plans for personal growth and gives people maybe an incentive to think for themselves outside of their job description, perhaps. And it sounds like Tim is being mindful about his goals and aspirations, and that he's going to graduate eventually too, and he wants to see others following suit. So that's food for thought.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I stand corrected. Looks like we have more public comment.
Christine Vito, Human Resources, for the record. I hope this is appropriate, but I did want to give a little bit of context because I did work directly with Director DeGelder on this job description. In 2022, I served for a temporary period as the acting library director to help with continuity of operations while we were recruiting for the new director. And at that same time, the library board was working with UNR to develop their strategic plan. And one of the significant objectives of the strategic plan that the library board was very passionate about was encouraging the public outreach and engagement. And they wanted to direct the new library director to perform those duties. It's because of that that the action to bring forward the assistant director came to HR to have somebody in place to work on the administration and operations of the library so the director could fulfill the tasks that the board gave to be out in the public and engaging with outside members. So I hope that's helpful in your decision today. I just wanted to add that to the record.
Thank you. And I'll bring it back to the board again.
I'll jump in, and I know you're not going to like this. I would prefer to see you revise the supervisor job descriptions so that they include weightier matters. And I would prefer to see those rotate so that all of the supervisors are getting more experience in more substantive areas. As I look at this, and maybe set up a process so that when you leave, you have, I mean, I applaud the goal to have the director out doing a lot of outreach, but I don't think that necessitates an assistant director. And my concern is I would like all of the supervisors to gain additional skills. And it's also a concern of money. And I know oh, whoops. I'm going to time myself out here. Maybe I should hurry up. 30 seconds. I know that there is money in the budget, and however, it's not the money in the budget this year that concerns me. It's the continuing obligation to pay $12,000+ more. And I also noted in your library report from the advisory board that one of the challenges is the rising cost of materials. I would rather have that $12,000+ go to materials that library patrons can use than going to an acting director, considering that there are a relatively small number of employees and a relatively small org chart. I think to have an acting director would be more than is consistent with other departments in the county. And I applaud the goals, but I think they can be accomplished in a different way, especially considering that this person would keep everything they're doing now. They would just add things. Well, okay, let's have all of them keep what they're doing now and add duties, perhaps even on a rotation basis. Thanks. Sorry, I went over my time.
Any other comments from the board? Do I have a motion?
We need move not to approve, or does it just not get approved? I move that we do not approve the reorganization to add an assistant library director.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, with discussion, yes, I'll second that motion.
With discussion, go ahead.
Okay. I was, I was tempted to go ahead and approve this, but I think Commissioner Hales has some valid points and interesting comments. And so, and it's sometimes always good to have more than one person have those skills. So anyways, I would concur with her observations in that regard of maybe taking those duties and divvying them out or even on a rotational basis to do that, to accomplish the task. So anyways, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Mr. DeGelder, but and the board too. So, but anyways,
Commissioner,
for that reason, I second the motion. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in opposition to both Commissioner Hales and Commissioner that guy. I'm wondering about if you move one person into the assistant director and give them a commensurate pay raise, what do you do from a personnel point of view? How are you going to justify taking that $12,000 away and giving it to somebody else so they can be up there? That's a problem. And that would be one reason I would vote no on this motion.
Any further comment? Go ahead, sir.
I just had a question. You were shaking your head like you agreed with what Commissioner Hales was saying. Is this something that you think is a good idea?
Point of clarification then.
Yeah, I was just listening to her and saying her point of view, and I understand what she's trying to say.
Okay, let me
I think with the having the job description and the duties laid out is more meaningful. But I see that her point is you want to have more people trained. I would have to come back with a different type of, they would be doing things outside of their job description. That would be the only concern that I would have with that. So
I guess my question is, would you prefer what you suggested already, or did Commissioner Hale sway you over and you think that's the better approach?
I would prefer what I have already, because I've already laid it out to where I could actually have someone to go to.
And I'm in favor of that. So to be clear, I would vote no on the existing motion that Commissioner Hales.
All right, any further discussion? We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No. So we'll bring it back for a new motion.
Okay, so, and
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve the reorganization of the Douglas County Public Library, including eliminating one library supervisor position and creating an assistant library director as presented.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
It's been moved and seconded to go with the way it's written. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So I would like to explain why I seconded that. Once again, I was inclined to approve this to begin with, but I wanted to take into consideration Commissioner Hale's observations as well. So anyways.
I really think the reason he seconded is because he's trying to get used to not being chair anymore.
Well, thank you. And I will be looking at some sort of skill building across the board to come back to you at a later date.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, that was fun. All right, let's move on to item number 3 on the agenda for possible action. Discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2024-1632, amending Douglas County Code, Chapter 2.02, County Personnel Regulation, including corrections allowing for the extension of probation in certain circumstances, and revising provisions related to approving of leaves of absence. This is the second reading. Christine Vito, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christine Vito, Human Resources for the record. This is the second reading of this ordinance. And just as a brief overview, this includes corrections to definitions and terms, added provisions for probationary periods in certain circumstances, and change leaves of absences of greater than 30 days and the maximum amount of time of leave without pay.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, this is for possible action, so we will open for public discussion. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2024-1632 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's done. Thank you. Thank you. General obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues proposal. Shall the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County in the state of Nevada be authorized to incur a general obligation indebtedness on behalf of the county by the issuance at one time or from time to time of the county's general obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues in one series or more in the aggregate principal amount of not exceeding $37 million for the purpose of financing wholly or in part the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipment of a building project as defined in NRS 244A.019. The bonds to mature no later than 30 years from the date or respective dates of the bonds to hear interest at a rate or rates not in excess of the statutory maximum amount in effect at the time the bonds are sold, to be payable from general ad valorem taxes, except to the extent pledged revenues and other monies are available therefore, and to the issuance issued and sold at par or below or above par, and otherwise in such manner upon such terms and conditions, and with such other detail as the board may determine, including at its option but not necessarily limit the provisions for the redemption of bonds prior to maturity without or with the payment of the premium. Kathy Lewis and Zach Waddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley with the District Attorney's Office. Nice work on reading that proposal. This is a legally required public hearing on the proposed $37 million general obligation bond issuance for the Justice Center project. There's no action taken today, but this was publicly advertised to allow the public to offer input on this proposed bond issuance. So I'd ask that you open the public hearing as you've already done, ask for public comment, take whatever relevant public comment there is, and that would conclude the agenda item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. First off, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Members of the public have continually called this a JLEC center, and I think it's important that we make sure that the public understands that this is not a law enforcement center, but strictly a judicial center. This will involve our courthouses. It will not, and the needs of the courthouses in regards to the positioning of our district attorney's office and all the other services that go with that out at that new center. The current jail will remain the current jail, and where it's bulging at the seams now, that would free up a lot of additional space for the use by our law enforcement community, namely Sheriff Coverly and his staff, and that will continue to be our jail facility. So I think that's very important that we make sure that that's very clear to our public in that regard. So with that, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Hales.
Yes, I appreciate that point. And to me, it's really important that I think names are important, and it's JLEC. If we call it the JLEC, it's not only inaccurate, it gives the wrong impression and the wrong justification for why we're doing this. I would also say calling it the Judicial Center is wrong and inaccurate. We're not building it for judges. We're building it for justice. So I like the name Justice Center.
And I will continue, and I will adopt that name.
Hey, thank you. And because that's really what we're providing. We're providing an opportunity for justice to be done in our community. And we're not providing a grand courtroom for judges. We're not providing access for any particular thing or person, but we're providing something that is efficient and effective at getting to justice to the best we can in our community. And so I think it's needed, and I appreciate that we're at this point.
Mr. Chair, I had one additional comment I wanted to make, if you don't mind.
Yes,
and
sir.
I
And
would,
Commissioner Noah.
I'll go after Mr. Noah.
Okay, you stole my thunder. No, you didn't. I have without a doubt just read the longest sentence in my life. And this is where there's no periods in there, except that, well, in fact, it doesn't end with a period, it ends with a question mark. But getting it all into one sentence is pretty magnificent.
Oh, okay. The other comment I was going to make, or observation I was going to make, is that as counties grow, and I'm proud to be the representative of this board to the Nevada Association of Counties, but as we go through our reports on a monthly basis at those meetings, repeatedly, commissioner after commissioner after commissioner brings up the concept or the thought process or the desirability that their counties, as they grow, are also in need of upgrading their justice center as well. And so I'm proud that we can actually do something in that regard. And I think the other commissioners throughout the state are basically envious and jealous of us taking on this task and perhaps bringing this to fruition. That's something that should have been probably done at least 10 years ago, if not longer. So anyways.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? In that case, we will open for public comment. Anyone having public comment on item number 4?
Tim Slade. I don't deny that there's a need for a new justice center. Although, this has been discussed, as you know, many times over many years, and we have had many opportunities to have one that was far less expensive and would have been adequate to our needs that were not approved at the time. So it's unfortunate that it has become so expensive because it's a lot more than this $37 million. There's the cost of the land and consultants and the other millions of dollars. So it would be helpful if we had the full cost of this project revealed to us at this time, not just the approval of the 37 million. And somehow it seems wrapped up to me and to many people in the approval of the ill-advised master plan amendment for Park Ranch Holdings. I wonder if there wasn't some handshake agreement that Park would sell this land to the county in return for this master plan amendment that was totally contrary to the public interest. So that concerns me. There is one main reason why we need a new justice center. And that is because of the population growth in the last 40 years. I have become increasingly disappointed in the community development department, which I will call the development department, because they repeatedly in the last year, ever since they hired people with no planning experience, when they're asked to identify the financial aspects of a development, all they talk about is the increased revenue from property tax. They never address the added costs. There is costs for roads and sewers. There's a reason why our roads are worse than they were 20 years ago. And the increased growth in the number of people is the main reason we need a new justice center. So hopefully going forward, the development department will recognize and admit to those added costs, to roads, to sheriff's deputies, to sewage plans, to whatever, and to the expansion of this justice center. Growth has been the cause. It cannot be ignored. Previous boards have recognized and stated that they understand that growth does not pay for itself. But in the last year, with the development department has completely ignored that. And hopefully they will do better going forward.
Jason Gibson on behalf of the People's Justice Resource Center. The People's Resource Center for Justice is a pipe dream. These folks are expanding their jail-like enterprise. It is the jail-like enterprise they're expanding. This new enterprise will be 6 times larger than the community center, which costs $16.7 million. They won't explain to you or disclose why the building is going to cost 6 to 9 times more and is smaller than the community senior service center. So obviously we get a lot more value out of that investment than we will with their criminal enterprise scheme. Here are the facts. About 6 weeks ago, they presented a $57 million package to the debt commission, who shot it down after they realized that the interest would run $100 to $120 million for this scheme. Then they brought it back to the board, and the board diced it up. Then the board sent it back to the debt commission, $37 million and $14 million on the side. Be our little secret. So the debt commission passed it. And the board got what they wanted. They got that 57 million. They're just manipulating the agenda item like they're doing here today. They say 37 million. It ain't 37 million. They've already passed 14 million on top of the 37 million. They're not telling you about the interest. They spend more time talking about a $12,000 salary increase for the library than they do the JLEC facility. This isn't part of your strategic plan. We've been warning this board for the last 2 years that we are headed into unprecedented social turmoil. We are engaged in a full-blown civil war, a domestic violence, social fabric, domestic terrorism, a world war that requires us to prioritize our county's best interests by focalizing on other interests like localized agriculture, alternative forms of energy, humanitarian aid, and getting you ready for war. They don't want to take responsibility.
Mr. Gibson, you're off topic.
I'm talking about this JLEC investment. It's the highest capital investment in the history of this county. And this investment will cost us our future, our quality of life. Now, recently they had me arrested, and I know that JLEC facility better than any of these folks. I do business there since I was 15. None of these folks know what's going on in there. When I got booked for the alleged assault and battery, they booked me twice. They took the same pictures twice. They asked the same questions twice because they don't have much to do in there. They got 8 to 10 guys looking like they're busy chasing paperwork around with their ego armor, and they want to expand this thing and call it what they want to call it. But the bottom line is that they're going to get their way because nobody's paying attention, and it will be the People's Resource Center for Justice, where people learn how to defend themselves against these tyrants.
James McCullough for the record. The JLEC building was opened, I think, in 1982 with this grand idea that it would last a whole 20 years. Already the jail had to be expanded. Now we're looking at that was a population for 19,000 people. Now we're looking at 50,000 people. We have around 6,000 homes approved that could be built over time, but they will be built. The current courts are inadequate. They're inadequate for handicapped people. They're inadequate for defendants meeting with attorneys, for witnesses, victims. It's not a vanity project. It's not building something for entertaining ourselves, building a grand building for looking at. It's an absolute need. It should have been built 10 years ago. It must be built now. We should go ahead and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Jim Jackson again. I got skin in this game. Good reason that we need to build it is for what one of the speakers was talking about just a little bit ago. I think it needs to be done. It might be awfully expensive. I don't really know that much about the financing of it and all that kind of stuff. But the valley is growing. It's going to need more courts. It's going to need more justice. It's going to need to have more people coming before it. Everything. The only thing I object to, and it's kind of late for that objection, is where it's going to be put, because it's going to take away from the open spaces and all that. So I hope the design of the new courthouse is going to be taking that into consideration so that it won't be some big sore thumb sticking out there in the middle of nowhere and everything. But I think you need to pass this. You've got so much invested in at this point. To stop now, you'd be really creating a detriment to the valley. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm offering public comment here today on this matter, as this is one of the most important investments our county will make, I think, in my tenure as county manager, which I hope to be at least the next 15 years. This is a significant project for our community and one that is definitely needed. And I understand the public's desire for information and wanting some clarity around this project. And for that reason, our team has set up a webpage on the county's website regarding the Justice Center project. It includes a comprehensive history of how we got to here today, how we got to this price tag, an overview of the entire budget, which was also detailed in my staff report and included in the agenda item today, as well as a timeline for next steps, and a list of the current deficiencies and a statement of need for this project. I thank the public for their interest and their support. As I mentioned, I feel very strongly that this is something that is needed, as do the stakeholders of the building, the users of the building. And I thank you for your careful consideration and your forward thinking and leadership on this matter. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Do we need to have a motion on this, or is this for just opening for public?
Zach Wadley, District Attorney's Office. No, there's no motion associated with this item. If there's no more questions or comments from the board, the item can be closed and you can move on.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I had a remaining question.
Yes.
So I want to thank and welcome Ms. Lewis, our new Chief Financial Officer. And so I'm sure that I know the answer to this, but I don't know that the public knows the answer to this. And so I'm going to ask the question is how much new taxes is each resident or each household going to have to pay this next year or the next 30 years to accomplish this task?
The answer is there are no new taxes. Douglas County is capped, and so there is no room for Douglas County to raise their tax rate. The state law is that taxes are capped, and so as a homeowner, we are, as our primary residents, the most our taxes can grow is 3%, regardless of what anybody does with their tax rate. But Douglas County cannot raise their tax rate.
Thank you. That's sometimes I can say it, but coming out of a chief financial officer's mouth is more readily accepted by the public. So that's what I expected. Thank you.
I wasn't going to throw my 2 cents in, but since Commissioner Gardner decided to take up all of our time, I'm going to. I think the thing that's most important is assuming that most people feel that there's a need for a new justice center or an expansion from what we have. We're already far along down the line on this. If you try to start over and build something different, and with the cost going up in construction with what it is, I don't know if your expertise, Ms. Lewis, would be able to estimate what kind of increase in cost a project would have with a 3 to 5 year delay. But I think it's really important for people to understand, if we don't get this going now, costs have already gone up from the construction industry alone, 20, 30, 40% in the past 2 years. What do you anticipate it would be if we delay it again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. There is a section of the staff report that was included in the backup materials that does speak to this question. In working with Core Construction in their review of the market and in my work with our previous CFO, Terry Willoughby, it looks like if current market conditions were to continue, the cost for this project would continue to escalate $2 to $3 million more each year that this project is delayed. We do anticipate some of the increases on the construction market will go down slightly in the coming years because inflation is going down slightly. However, we still anticipate, at least given that those considerations, $2 million increases for every year that this project is delayed over time.
Ms. Davidson, just tell me where you're getting those products that are going down. I'm looking for, my wife is looking for them. Please.
Commissioner Tarkanian, very good point, and I appreciate the levity. There are a number of economic resources that Ms. Willoughby had access to, and our financial advisor is also keeping a close eye on this. But bottom line, any questions or concerns about whether or not we should delay, we strongly recommend not delaying any further. As was referenced in public comment here today, it's unfortunate that we were not able to build this years ago. And we are not the only local government experiencing these rising costs of construction. In fact, Carson City had 2 projects recently that, because they did not complete them 3 years ago, increased $5 million for both those projects. And I learned that recently at a conference that I went to and heard Ms. Paulson speak. So unfortunately, the market circumstances are what they are, and we need to get moving.
Any further comments? In that case, thank you so much, and we will move on to number 5. So don't go anywhere. You're on. Number 5 for possible action, discussion to approve Douglas County's budget compliance response to the state of Nevada of taxation for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. And for the record, I am very excited to be here. So thank you for the warm welcome. This letter is a state requirement that our auditors are required when they do the audit to look to see if we have spent more than what the budget authority is. And if we have, they are required to report it in the note 2 of our financial statements. Part of the state requirement then is that we need to respond to the state and present it to you of why that happened. What happened and why that happened, and we have to submit that within 60 days. We are a little bit late on that letter with the transition between Ms. Willoughby and myself. We're a couple days late on that letter. So this has not gone before the audit committee, but that is on my list in the next week to call the audit committee to present this letter to them. But we wanted to bring it here, and so we can get it submitted to the state timely and get that in there. So that's the reason for it. If you read the letter, a lot of the reasons why we are over budget is because of some GASB pronouncements. And GASB is Government Accounting Standards Board. That is our standard. That is our governing board of how we report financial information in our audit. And so the 2 new ones that came across were leases, operating leases, like our copiers, could be reported as an expenditure, just an expenditure, but now we need to capitalize them. And the other one is technology subscription services. They used to be able to be reported as expenditures, and now they need to be capitalized. So those, when you read through the list of the funds that were over budget, that is the majority of the reason. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions from the board? And since this is for possible action, we will open it to public comment.
You're exhausting a lot of skin today.
I know I am. I don't know if this is the proper place for this or not, but Jim Jackson, sorry. You were talking about being over budget. The last item, it was, we can't raise taxes because we're capped already. So the only place where you can get increased revenues to make up for being over budget, or for this other one, is by reappraising the values of the property, which happens. My question is going to be, what are you going to do when the Painted Rock Mine goes in, property values drop up there, and all of us up in that area start coming down here and saying, reduce our property taxes? I mean, that's going to happen. So it can cause a worse going over budget and shortfall. So that's it. Thank you.
Jim Slade. So my question for Ms. Lewis involves taxation, but it does also refer to the previous agenda item to a certain extent as well. We know that our taxes, property taxes, can only go up 3% a year by law. And so the $37 million for the Justice Center will not increase any of our taxes. But perhaps Ms. Lewis could elucidate how we magically create this $37 million Or is it just that, as I suspect, that there will be a cut in services and roads and sewage and schools and law enforcement and everything else, a cut in services that we would otherwise have? Isn't that where the $37 million goes?
Jason Gibson, you heard it, folks. They're over budget. The richest county in the state of Nevada is over budget. We did a Dun & Bradstreet background check on their JLEC facility, and they don't pay their bills on time. They're 3 weeks late in paying the bills, and these folks have the lion's share. They get the lion's share of the county's resources, and they can't even pay their bills on time. That's just a snapshot of the future. Now, back to these taxes, like Jackson says, we've got two major developments going on in the ranchos, and we can't get basic law enforcement, basic traffic enforcement of the codes in our neighborhood, and they are building upwards of 100 to 300 new homes in two different sites, and we can't even get the basic equality of justice extended to our home. We have never received the equality of justice from this JLEC facility and for those stakeholders and shareholders who are profiting from it. And if we get down to the nitty-gritty as to who is behind it, like Waddle and the rest of them, you're going to find that the contractors, the stakeholders and the shareholders and the judges and the cops and the county employees are the ones who are profiting at our expense in building this new criminal and expanding. It's not just the building, because they're going to expand their personnel. They're going to balloon their police state surveillance. They're going to balloon each and every facet of that building and that department and what it represents. They will be policing dogs and cats, and those pirates and debt collectors will be busy generating revenue in order to pay for their deficits, in order to pay for their debts. So I say, if they want the building and they want all of this, let them pay for it. Correct your political status, place agency on notice. We're no longer paying your taxes. We're no longer subject to your jurisdiction. We're no longer going to be your economic slaves for your government jumbo aspirations. It's over. Let's stick them with the bill. And if it fails, let's make sure each and every one of them are held personally accountable for violating their oath and their pledge. Start inquiring about those bonds, folks, because these are the individuals who will be held personally accountable when this thing fails. You think it's funny, Mark, Mr. Gardner? It ain't funny. We're in a full-scale war that these people will not take responsibility for. And what you have here is a sinking ship, and this is basically a fractal replay of what's going on in our state and federal governments. And if you look at their mechanics and their numbers, it matches the same dynamics of our country back in 1787, where the Fed took on 47, what's equivalent to 47 billion today, like the 47 billion they're locking us into now. And it's a fractal replay.
Sure. Mr. Ritchie.
Chairman, thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, this agenda item is about the county's response to the Department of Taxation. It is not about general revenues or specific projects. Specifically, there's been a confusion among the public between revenue and budget. There is no allegation that the county does not have revenues sufficient for its needs. Rather, that's, to be honest, it's accounting principles, government accounting standards. And I speak as one who's married to an accountant and has a daughter who's an accountant. For instance, the largest response is the $439,287 related to the general fund. That's the biggest, if you want to call it a discrepancy. This fund, this is the county's response, and it explains why there's an issue regarding the budget. This fund has an unbudgeted lease principal and interest charged in fiscal year 23 due to the implementation of GASB 87 and unbudgeted subscription principal and interest due to the implementation of GASB 96. GASB is an acronym for Government Accounting Standards Board. Basically, it's accounting rules. So what happened was there were some changes in the standards for reporting lease principal and interest charges, which sounds about as thrilling as depreciation schedules. But there was a change in accounting standards, which made the county's budget off. It did not mean that there was insufficient revenues or the county overspent what it took in. So just to be clear, the county has not, it's not broke. Thank you. It's the county is not broke. This is a technical response to a technical rule by, forgive me, from one bureaucrat to another. Thank you.
And as an added to that, that's like pulling the rug out from under what you were expected to do.
Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and members of the public. I appreciate Mr. Ritchie's comments. And I would just add to them that we will be bringing forward budget augmentation for greater than anticipated ending fund balance in the very near future, likely in March, in which we give the public a thorough understanding of how we ended last fiscal year. To give you a little bit of a preview, we will be realizing a savings in the general fund, meaning we did not spend as much revenue as we received, around over $2 million, I believe. And across all of our funds, we will be realizing a savings of around $10 million. So we have a strong financial position for Douglas County, and we apologize if this created any confusion. We appreciate the public comment today and the questions that were asked.
Thank you.
Quick question. Doug, when you're talking about, maybe I should ask you, Ms. Lewis, the expenditures were more than we anticipated, what we had voted to approve, and it's based upon these accounting changes. But we still had more revenue coming in to cover whatever these additional expenses were from the accounting error.
You are correct. Kathy Lewis, for the record, you are correct. And I appreciate everybody's help in making that clearer, because it is the accounting rules that had caused that. So yes, you are correct. And thank you, County Manager and District Attorney, for helping too. Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, I move for the approval of Douglas County's budget compliance response to the State of Nevada Department of Taxation for fiscal year 2022-23 as presented.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
In recognition of the hour and the two additional items that are coming before us, I would ask that we take a lunch break at this time.
I was debating that with myself. We have some people that are here to specifically for item number 6. What is your estimate of time on item number 6? All right. In that case, I apologize to those that came here specifically for item number 6, but we're going to take a 1/2 hour lunch break starting now. Thank you very much. time to start again. So I will read number 6 into the record. For possible action, discussion on an application for a major modification, DP 23-0237, modifying the development schedule for Rancho Sierra PD DP 19-0504. This modification changes the completion date and the construction of all roadways and improvements of phase 1, which is 20 lots, from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2026. Phase 2, 49 lots, from December 31, 2026 to December 31, 2028. Phase 3, 99 lots, from December 31, 2028 to December 31, 2030. Phase 4, 43 lots, from December 31st, 2030 to December 31st, 2032. Phase 5, which is 28 lots, from December 31, 2032 to December 31, 2034. The subject site is located in the Gardnerville Ranchos community at the terminus of Tillman Lane, at the southwestern periphery of the Gardnerville Ranchos. The owner is Rancho Sierra Group LLC. Steve Rockenbosch as the applicant's representative, APN 1220-28-000-005. Okay, Ms. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, for the record, Lucille Rayo, Senior Planner. Rancho Sierra Plan Development was previously approved by this body on March 5th, 2020. Prior to that, the project was approved in 2006, but the project never moved forward and the map expired. So as you can see, this proposed subdivision has been on the books for quite some time, so to speak. The request to extend the phasing plan can only be approved by this board. County code states that the board may approve a modification as allowed under NRS Chapter 278A to the development schedule, including a phasing plan, unless a different time frame is set by development agreement. And we do not have a development agreement for this project. Staff is recommending approval of the extension to the phasing plan. You can find the conditions on packet page 409. Applicant and staff findings can be found on packet page 408. And we have with us today Ryan Sims, the applicant's engineer, with a presentation for you. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, would you like us to start with the presentation first?
Yes, one minor question. It's my understanding that the only thing that we're doing here today is extending the time. There are no other modifications. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please continue.
All right. So we have Ryan Sims with us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Ryan Sims, Axion Engineering, here on behalf of the owner and the applicant. I also have with me Steve Rickabosh. Basically, I was just going to give you a quick overview of the project and exactly what we're asking for. So the next slide. Just a quick overview. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but we'll just go over it real quick. This site is at the southwest corner of the Ranchos. It's proposed 257 lot single family residential subdivision. There's a scattered 18 open space utility and public facility parcels proposed as well. Currently it's undeveloped and no improvements have been constructed on the site. The master plan, this is a receiving area. And the applicant or the owner will be purchasing TDRs. Okay. The applicant will be purchasing TDRs to increase the lot count from the base zoning, which I think allowed 4 units. The zoning on the site existing is SFR 8000 with a PD overlay. The site is within the Gardnerville Ranchos GID service area. And at the time of approval, they had committed to providing service to the development, and I believe we have information that they still are committed to providing service there. The tentative map and the PD overlay were approved in March 5th of 2020 by the Board of County Commissioners. Next slide. I just wanted to throw up the another portion of that shows the offsite improvements. I think there'll probably be some discussion on that today. The project with phase 2 proposes to extend Heritage Lane from the project to the current end of pavement at Dressler Lane, which is the Dresslerville Bridge, approximately 1.5 miles of road. So next. This request is simply for a time extension, basically to take the approved conditions and cross out some dates and replace them with some new dates. As you see, we put the phasing plan up there so you can see the location of each. Phase 1, we're proposing to extend the completion date or the final map recordation date from December of 24 to December of 26. And then following that, each phase 2 years subsequent to each of those. The modification is allowed by Douglas County Code and is backed up by NRS Chapter 278. I think you can see in the staff report that the findings required from both of those code sections have been met. Next slide. Again, no other requested modifications, no request for any modification to the existing approval, the plans, the phasing plans, what's included in those, or any of the conditions. So the project would remain as it is approved. We don't expect any major changes to building codes or design standards within the extension that would put the project as currently approved out of compliance with codes and standards at the time of commencement of construction. Couple items on the reason for the request. As everyone knows, the current housing economic conditions are, high interest rates and slow home sales. So the developer is asking for an extension so we can properly engineer, design, permit, and construct the subdivision improvements, and not have them sit there while we wait for house customers. The project success depends on those home sales to fund the subsequent phases. So in order to move smoothly through the project, we propose to wait a couple years to just push the completion date out a couple years to wait for those conditions to improve. Obviously, there are some offsite improvements that I believe it will probably be discussed here, but require some careful design and consideration, and some other parties that will probably get involved. So some time to address all of those concerns is also needed. So next slide. So I'll conclude my presentation. Again, I will be here as well as Steve Rickabosh for any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
I just got a couple questions. We haven't had a lot of land use issues before us in my 3 years here, and I'm still wrapping my head around some of these things that are out here and stuff. So let me just try to understand a couple of things. First of all, the person who applied for the application and got this approved in 2020, is it the same owner now?
Yes, same ownership.
Okay. So back then, and you had a time frame to do all this stuff, you knew all the infrastructure that had to be done. You knew about the ingress and egress path and possibly through the bridge. Why are you saying now you need more time to develop or design these type of projects if before, when the owner did this, they had a certain time period and she felt she could reach that time period then?
The initial timeframes put into the phasing plan are, kind of just a given standard of the 4 years that would normally follow NRS tentative map recordation requirements. So that's what kind of set the 4-year timeframe. Subsequent to that, the developer has pursued a few
I'm
avenues.
really trying to hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
The developers pursued a few different avenues for development, whether it's selling the project, developing them themselves. And just through the last couple of years, it's, been difficult to find the performance of the project with the economic conditions currently.
Okay, so I guess that's my problem. First of all, 4 years from the time it was approved is very minimal compared to what the sports had before with these, I know this doesn't have it, but with the development agreements going on for 20, 30, 40 years. So the time period isn't that long to me to extend. I'm just trying to understand the justification. If it's because they tried to sell it and they couldn't find a buyer, now you want more time to develop it, that doesn't seem like a real good justification to me. If it's because you're saying the market's had a downturn, well, there may be a slow downturn at this point, but most people feel it's going to be a much more significant downturn in the next few years. So if you extend it, what do you guys, is it 2 years that you can extend? I don't have that on phase one, phase one. Well, what if the market is doing horrible then, even worse now? Now you're going to come back for 2 more years and 2 more years. And I mean, listen, I have no problem with the time frame you're asking. I just wish you had a better reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are what prompted a request for some more time. The mechanism to get there that we worked out with staff was this modification to the PD overlay and the phasing plan. And we came to a conclusion with staff that 2 years was reasonable to ask for and would be reasonable for the commission to approve. Of course, I can have Steve come up and talk, but I think the expectation is they will move forward with the project regardless and don't expect to have to come back for another 2-year extension or any other extension.
You say expectation. You expect this to move on. You expected it to move on 2 years ago. And like Chairman Tarkanian said, is it going to be another 2 years? You're going to do it again? So, well, I'm not being facetious or anything like that, but I would think that at the very beginning of this very adventure, that you would have scoped out the times it would take, given how much work had to be done, when it had to be done, and accounting for winter and all that. I wonder if that was done.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question. What was done, sir?
I am a former project manager. So I've been allowed to get some my personal stuff in here. It seems like you define the starting time and you have to do this much work in phase one, not this phase one, but phase one of the project. And then next phase two and your expected completion date. And if those aren't cut out and made estimates that were real, then you're going to be faced with this again. So what I'm asking you is, was there a project plan from beginning to end worked out with the community planning department?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. So you're asking me about 4 years ago or when 2020, when the project. So basically the project comes in, we review it, they're given conditions of approval. We did not receive anything else after they received their approval. They did not submit for a site improvement permit, which would have inaugurated the project, and basically the site improvement permit, that's when they would be starting the underground work, water, sewer, roads, that type of thing. So no, we have not received a site improvement permit to inaugurate this project. It is due to expire in December if they do not submit something or receive an extension from this body.
Because then I assume there's nothing in place for this 2-year extension.
The only thing at this point, for the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development, at this point, if they do not receive the extension today, their other choice is to get started on this project before December when their map expires.
Okay, good. Was there any consideration given to water usage? In other words, the demand on the water provided by the ranchos?
They do have a letter of intent to serve from Gardenville Ranchos General Improvement District. Mr. Tom Dallaire spoke to Greg Reed, manager of Grid, today and did receive confirmation that they are still willing to serve this project.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Hales.
My question has to do with the road and the bridge. Could we back up? I think it's 2. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So could you just walk me through the road and bridge improvements?
Sure. As you can see, as you move south and leave the site, Heritage Lane will be improved as a standard county rural collector. Along the alignment you see there, and the terminus of the proposed improvements is at the Dresslerville Bridge. There was some discussion at the initial approval, and a condition is in place that requires that the developer examine that bridge for its suitability. It states in there for fire equipment, but that would hold for, other bigger equipment. But they must either examine and address that bridge as far as its capability of handling the traffic, or establish an alternate form of fire approved access. I know that in due diligence work for, commencing the development of the project, that, early stages of looking into permitting, type of bridge, that kind of stuff with the agencies, state of Nevada, possibly the feds, and any other regulatory agency. That avenue has started to been walked down, as far as getting that bridge replaced.
What did you say? I couldn't hear that.
That the developer had looked into, as part of due diligence for starting the project, had looked into replacing the bridge and what permitting and improvements and things would be required for that.
He's starting to look into that already.
Correct.
So just to get really specific, you're talking about the blue line.
Yes.
In terms of road improvement.
Well, the blue, and then the condition actually reads to the end of pavement, which is the bridge. So it's the blue line plus the yellow line on that display.
Okay, and where's the bridge?
Right at the end, the western end of that yellow line. Right there.
Okay, and from there to Highway 88 is county paved, already acceptable road?
Yes.
So if we approve this extension, the county would also, the developer would be obligated to essentially create county standard paved road, rural collector, and a bridge that is adequate to support fire trucks. And that would connect to 88.
They are required as part of phase 2 improvements to improve the road to the end of asphalt, which is at the bridge. And then they are required to examine the bridge for its suitability for firefighting equipment. And if they cannot replace the bridge, then they have to establish an alternate form of access to the project. That's what the conditions read.
What possible alternate could there be?
As a new consultant on this project, I don't know what their alternate was. I know that the previous engineer, Kindor, was looking into that at the time of approval.
Is there any standard on bridges in terms of the load bearing capability?
Yes, the bridge would have to meet county and state and probably federal requirements for bridge construction.
And what I've found out is 37.5 tons.
Yes.
That would handle a fire truck or two.
Yes.
And if that doesn't meet that standard, then you will build a bridge.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, I should back up. The requirement is not that they build it, but they either build it or find an alternate form of access.
Well, you're probably not going to find another form of access. Let me put it another way. the developer will foot the bill for building the bridge.
Yeah, that would be the idea. Whatever the form of access is, the developer will foot the bill for that.
Any further questions? Yes, sir.
Several questions. Thank you for your presentation today. When this was approved back in March 5th, I believe it was March 5th or 10th, 2020. Since that time, we have 4 new commissioners on this board. So this is our first opportunity to take a look at this. I have some concerns about your phasing, not necessarily the phasing, but the timing. So, and the reason I do that is because this project is subject to the growth management ordinance and the available allocations that are available to you as you bring forward this process. So when I look at the allocation chart, we have been dipping into the project pool because there is a pool that has built up over some time, but we have been dipping into that pool. So for instance, in 2021, we had 66 that were allocated to the developer pool, yet developers pulled 151. So they pulled 90 additional permits out of that, or allocations out of that pool. In 2022, we had 68 that were available, and they pulled 134. Okay, so you can see that there's a depletion of that pool by double at least, if not more, each consecutive year. And this last year, in 23, we had 69 available, and they pulled 144, dropping our available pool down to 368. So each year, of course, we add additional allocations into that pool. But I guess my question here is and so I'm not necessarily concerned about you being able to allocate or get 20 allocations in the 24 to 26 period of time for phase 1. And I'm not particularly concerned maybe about phase 2, 49 lots from 2026 to 2028. My concern is the 99 that you have planned for December 31st of 2028 through 2030, and whether or not those allocations may not be available. So what are your plans? Should that, I mean, you're going to then, should those allocations not be available, you're going to have to come back to this board and once again ask for another extension of your phasing. Am I reading this correct?
I think the idea would be the tentative map and the PD schedule binds the actual improvements to the schedule and the recordation of maps. So in order to preserve the tentative map approval, you'd move forward, construct the subdivision improvements, create the lots, and then your building permits would then be subject to that restriction if there is one on that allocation.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're completely, and the developer and the owner is completely aware of that constraint, I suppose, on developing. So, and that's, I mean, that's true of all of our developers that have come forward as of 2007 when the growth management ordinance took effect. But, you're not only competing, you're competing with already approved, well, your project is part of the approved process, but we're close to 6,000 outstanding homes to be built in this county sometime over the next 20 years. So I just want to make sure that you're completely aware of that restraint. You talked about current building codes. I don't know, and Ms. Rao, maybe you are better equipped to answer this question. And that is, there is an anticipation of adopting certain elements of the wildland urban interface fire codes. Is this project, do you anticipate this project falling within those areas or not? And it looks like Mr. Dallaire is more prepared to answer that question.
Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. Yes, sir. It is within the area. All of Douglas County is in WUI with the exception of the towns. That's so there is a map at the fire when you go through the fire permit process that you will verify to see what kind of hazard your property is located within.
Thank you. So as we adopt those, this project would be subject to those building standards. Should we change those building standards over the between the time that they actually come forward with the approval for the building? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yeah.
Tom Delaire.
Okay. So I too, in 2020, when this project came forward, I was very concerned as a member of the public about egress and ingress out of the development, especially after phase one. Phase one, the egress and ingress would be via Tillman, and that's going to add a certain amount of traffic from that up Tillman and out on a daily basis by the residents of that area. There was some questions concerning that were brought forward to the board at that time about the road degradation that might occur through vehicles, the construction vehicles using Tillman and that intersection of Kimmerling and Tillman. And possible insurances by the developer that with that degradation of that we would have sufficient mitigation to the county in maintaining that road in its current or hopefully better condition. Have we addressed that, or we continued to take a look at that, Mr. Delaire?
Tom Delaire. When a project starts, our inspectors do document the condition of the existing road. And if it is deteriorated, they should, the contractor should be repairing it to the condition that it was in when it first started. The county does maintain Tillman, and I assume we'll continue to maintain Tillman in that access. And then there is a cost sharing provision in here for the intersection improvements. I want to say it was in Riverview and 395 and also at Kimberly and 88. So they will have an impact on that intersection that they can participate in whatever those improvements are at the time those improvements are needed. We will collect those funds ahead of time and then utilize those funds that were paid in that project when the improvements are actually constructed in the field.
Okay. And I don't mean this to be an interrogation, Mr. Delaire. So I hope you understand. I'm expressing some concerns of our residents that have been delivered to us. And so I want to make sure we ask the questions and it get on the record. So I want to go back to Sure.
You stated that they should be responsible for the road improvements, the road maintenance, but you didn't say they will be. I mean, is there something that is legally bounding them, or is it just their good will that they would do it?
No, it's in our design standards that they are to repair the road to the original condition of the road, whatever that condition is in.
Fine. So obviously the most important aspect of that is the egress and ingress in case of emergency after phase one of 20 homes. We have pictures, and we actually, when this was approved back in March of 2020, I do recall that the board took a pause in approval and took a road trip via Dart Van out to Dressler Road and to the aforementioned bridge going over, I believe it's the West Fork of the Carson. Is that the right location? Regardless, there's a bridge out there that needs to be and took a picture of it. All the commissioners and the other individuals of the public that went out to that bridge took the opportunity. I don't know if the developer remembers this, but took an opportunity to go out and actually look at the bridge, and all but, I guess, as I remember, Commissioner Penzel was the only one that was brave enough to get back on that bus as they went over it onto that bridge. So that is a major concern of ours. That bridge has it's said as it's rated at 3,000 pounds or 3 tons. And so let me, for illustration purposes, let me talk about 3 tons. Okay. I don't know how many in the members of the public, and I don't know how many commissioners share this, but I have a 24-foot travel trailer that weighs 6,000 pounds. That's 3 tons. When I put it behind my F-250, now I'm exceeding that 3 tons. And I don't know that I would be comfortable in taking my truck with my travel trailer out of that development and over that bridge to get out of the conditions that might happen through natural disasters. So that is obviously a major concern. If we're going to have the whole purpose of a secondary access road, of course, is public safety, right? To be able to have the residents move their personal vehicles and exit in the case of emergencies, and also accommodate the public safety vehicles, mainly fire vehicles, access to get back into that development to help put down the fire. So that's my concern. And so I reached out to our East Fork Fire Chief, Todd Carlini, yesterday to find out what the heaviest vehicle they had in their fleet was. And so these are the notes that I got back from him that I want to make sure we get into the record. Condition 8A that was approved on March 10, 2020 stated that before phase 2 site improvement permit or final map can be submitted, Dresslerville Bridge over the West Fork of the Carson River is not improved to handle the capacity of East Fork fire apparatus. The applicant shall provide at a minimum an emergency access easement to provide 2 separate means of access to the development as approved in the fire code official. These access roads shall meet the requirements for width at a minimum of 20 feet, unobstructed and exclusive of shoulders per International Fire Code 503 and Douglas County Code Title 20. These access roads shall be fully constructed for use at the issuance of the 21st building permit for this development. And then condition 6C that the board put in place in 2020 of the same document provides and states the current weight capacity existing bridge is posted at 3 tons. The developer appears to have 2 options: improve the bridge or reconstruct the bridge, or 2, provide a secondary emergency access easement and construct an approved roadway. Under the bridge option, per Appendix D of the International Fire Code, D 102.1, the minimum weight limit for construction would be 75,000 pounds or 37.5 tons, which is 10 times the current availability of that bridge. And so to put this in perspective and to truly answer your question, Mark, East Fork's heaviest apparatus is 60,000 pounds or 30 tons. So anyways, it says, regardless of the weight of our heaviest unit, the IFC will prescribe this requirement, which is 75,000 pounds or 37.5 tons. I wanted to make sure we got that into the record, and I hope that our developer and our, landowner understands those requirements, okay? Because public safety is absolutely critical to the residents. And if that's going to be the only method of getting people in and out, because we already have a tremendous amount, that is our largest neighborhood in this county is the Garden River Ranchos. And they have so few methods of getting out of that development now via Tillman or Dresslerville out to the other access roads. This is absolutely critical in my mind that we have a very, very clear understanding of what the requirements are.
Can I? Steve Rekabosh, applicant and owner. Yes, we're very aware of that. We've done quite a bit of research over these last couple of years leading up to this point to get an extension. We just did a smaller project in Reno, same 75,000 pound. The bridge manufacturer that was in Denver can do this span and that weight. So between that and the state, we've done a little talk in the state about the permitting process and stuff like that. So yes, we're fully aware of what's needed. I want to kind of circle back.
Thank you for putting that on the record.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to circle back on why we're doing this extension. I've had that piece of property since I think it was 2007 when we first mapped it. And then everything fell apart economy wise. And back then I was a pretty good sized developer. We were doing about 200 houses a year. And so that I started phasing out of building the homes and over the years, and I've become more of a developer that we'd actually develop the streets and the whole entire project. And you've probably seen the for sale sign out there. That's mainly trying to get some of the bigger builders and the public builders that can handle these big phases after that first phase. And we've got extensive cost breakdowns on it and all that, but that's kind of why this last couple of years you haven't seen anything. And then it's getting a little tricky now. The interests, even the publics have slowed down in Northern Nevada. But I think we're on a path that once the interest starts dropping a couple points, you're going to see more of a flurry of development. And fully aware of the TDRs and what we're up against there. We're just going to become another one of the developers up here that's going to be fighting for those TDRs over time because it's restrictive. So, any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Nosad.
More of a statement. When you went into business,
yes,
let's say you had X number of dollars to do something. And you come along now, you find it's X plus 5.
Right.
Would that ever be in your contract with who you're dealing with?
You mean as far as the increase of cost?
What the possible risk is?
Yes.
In other words, what I'm trying to say is you're moving every 2 years is avoiding a risk. We're not in that business.
Right. In conjunction with what's happened over the years from the meltdown in 08, 09, lending requirements have changed considerably too, to borrow big money. So, we're okay with doing development, but what I'm looking for to help out on this is a larger home builder to go in with this with me, because I was capable of it, before the crash, but we were attracted back as a family operation to just build custom homes and small projects. But, this I think is a good project. Lot sizes are good. I like the ranchos, but yes, I understand exactly what you're saying.
And I would think that would be something that the community development people would be required for that entry be placed in the contract, that we're not responsible for anything that goes on in the market. So if we have a crash, tough tookies, you're in with your business, you took the risk.
Agreed. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Anything further from the board?
Questions?
Okay, go ahead.
I have questions for our planning people. Could you walk me through the conditions for the road offsite and the bridge.
Tom Delaire for the record. What do you mean by walk you through, like we did the other day on the phone?
Yep.
Okay. A1, phase 2 improvement shall include, it's item number I, that's on page 434. I'm just looking at the original letter of the condition letter. It's on page 434. I think it's in the document actually three times, but this is the one that I picked. Discusses the Heritage Lane, 80-foot wide public access easement. It also references it in.
I'm just catching up. Page 434A.
434 A1 C1. References Heritage Lane. It also references it in item IV, which is 4. And that's the on-site Heritage Lane improvements as well. And then on VI, so 6, under that same C category, still on-site Heritage Lane. And then you get down to number 10, X. So it's C, A1C 10. And there's Heritage Lane on, let's see, off-site shall be constructed to the rural arterial collector road, typical road section, standard detail A01, and shall be, which we showed on sheet 6 of the tentative map. Do you want me to read through all of these, or are you looking, is that good?
That's good for the road.
Okay. At A6, if you go to page 437, on-site and off-site improvements must be constructed or secured if the applicant proposes to secure for any of the required improvements. The applicant must enter into a security improvement agreement. That's just stating that if they're going to file a final map prior to doing any of the improvements, then we need a security and 150% of the value of that, what that security is going to cover before the final map can be recorded. So it could be recorded without any work being done, but it would be secured if the parcels are created and they are not participating in the construction of the improvements, then the county can go ahead and hire that and use the security to get those improvements to the parcels that were created. The A8.1, so A8.1 on page 437, I believe that's the one that Chairman Gardner read into the record. And then there's A12. Is about the transfer of development rights. We talked about that also. And I thought there was a.
Can we pause it? I'm sorry to be so detailed, but this is important to me. Going back to page 437, A81.
Before phase 2 improvements.
Yes.
Permit or a final map can be submitted. The Dresslerville Bridge over the West Fork of the Carson River is not improved to handle the capacity of the East Fork fire apparatus. The applicant shall provide a minimum and that was the emergency access easement, which we've already discussed that there isn't really another option for this.
Okay, so would it be appropriate for this board to change that language?
If you would like.
Yeah, so there's no alternative but the bridge.
And
if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have the authority to do that.
At this time, we believe you do.
Okay.
The applicant and the owner is here and we can have that discussion.
So just to be clear, when it comes to the bridge and it's not going to be taken care of by the developer, and you said something about 150%. So if the bridge costs $3 million, it's going to cost, they got to put a down payment of 4.5 million.
That is for the security, sir, is the security. If they're going to try and file a final map without actually doing the improvements, they have to post a security in 150% of the value of the construction, an engineer's estimate on the construction that they are not doing in order to file that final map.
So the action between securing 150%, does that mean the construction on the bridge would begin immediately? Or we're gonna wait a couple of years?
Well, if they don't file the final map and it needs to have, and it expires, or the final map won't expire. If they don't go ahead and do those improvements and the security has been posted, Douglas County can use those funds that were posted in the security to do the improvements to access those parcels that were created in the final map.
So between the time that we impose the 150% and the time that expiration happens, let's say it takes 2 years, is 150% enough to cover the bridge?
I don't know how to answer that question right
Well,
now. I mean,
I'm
I would
trying to
hope so. 150% may cover it. It depends on a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that could.
Understand.
Yeah.
And maybe those factors should be considered in the contract.
Well, but currently county code requires 150% of the engineer's estimate
Okay,
amount
it's
for the.
okay. So that's, okay, that's
Yep.
cast in concrete. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Lair, I had one additional question after reading this, and that is the last line in that, on, A 8.1. Traffic calming devices shall not be allowed without the approval of fire code official per IFC 503. What is a traffic calming device?
So it would be some sort of obstruction, speed bump. Windhaven has those gnarly speed bumps out in there that, you know, they also could do, stop signs or chicanes where you have to maneuver. You know, the fire truck needs to be able to access these parcels in a hurry, in an emergency. And the fire trucks going over speed bumps is quite damaging, actually, to their suspension system. And it's not good to have a bunch of those around the community. So the fire marshal on this particular code has to approve any of those traffic calming type features.
So another calming device would be a sign before the bridge that says maximum weight.
Well, I'm sure, I guess. I don't know if anybody's abiding by that at the moment, but technically I couldn't even drive my truck across it, much less pulling a trailer.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, okay. I like what Commissioner Hales brought into account in regards to removal of all available secondary access routes except for this particular one. I like that idea. I never liked the idea of a possible reroute basically of traffic as a secondary access or back into the residential neighborhoods of the ranchos, because that only adds to the congestion in an emergency rather than alleviating or giving the other opportunities for additional access or egress by other residents that are currently in the ranchos of having that access out to out to 88 or thereabouts. So I would hope that maybe when we get to the point of where we're going to offer a motion that we make sure that we put into that condition. So.
Commissioner Gardner, so there's no access out to the 88 besides the bridge? But that build another
That's what's
bridge?
anticipated currently with this.
Okay, well.
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hale.
And Commissioner Hale.
And I think the owner already said that's what they're, I mean, what I heard is you're planning on that and you're okay with that. Yeah, thank you.
And then continuing on, there's another condition on C5, one that we didn't talk about yesterday, Commissioner Hales, where it's due to the weight limit of 6,000 pounds as posted on both approaches to the existing bridge on Dressler Lane and the age of the bridge. Construction related vehicles or any other vehicle within the weight limit shall access the project site from Tillman Lane entrance from the north. So we do.
So is it your understanding that that really is only applicable to phase one?
Until the bridge is
Until the
fixed,
bridge,
yeah.
and the bridge
They-
could be either fixed or the security could be posted for it.
Right, right. And then as a secondary access, that has to happen in one of these other conditions that we mentioned already. It was about before the issuance of the building permit on the 21st home.
Thanks.
Are we done? Yes, public comment, but we're done. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to be a stickler, but as a matter of housekeeping, can we have the applicant or their representative please come up to the microphone and state on the record so we can record it, your agreement with that condition? Thank you. We just need to capture it for our minutes.
Red, hello? Oh, Steve Rickabosh, applicant. Yes, I agree with the additional condition that the only secondary outlet would be over a new bridge.
Okay, is the board done now? Okay, if no other questions or observations from the board, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this issue?
My observation is you're losing weight today.
Well,
You're putting a lot of skin in the game.
yeah, and if you want to know the real reason why I've lost a lot of weight, I received a phone call at our last break. I am now cancer-free. Thank you. Congratulations. I think the way that you handled this was very good. You asked some very hard questions. You got the bridge fixed up. Make sure you get the money up front, just in case and everything. I have one question. There was a comment that was made earlier on when the representative from Axion was talking about how they came up with the extensions, and it said staff worked with him. Was that his staff or was that county staff that did that? And my reason for that is I've had a lot of observations on how the county staff works with the developers when something comes up and there's a last minute change. And I'm always curious on how they're actually working with the developers. You mentioned that there is a growth limit within the county. We all appreciate that and we all like to have that. But they always seem somehow to get around a lot of different things. So that's my question. It doesn't have to be answered right now, but at some point I'd be curious as to just how does the county staff work with the developers? And is it to get the developers what they want or to get the county and the residents of the county what they want? So anyway, but thank you for the.
James McCall for the record. I'm currently the vice chairman of the Ranchos board. Of course, I'm here speaking for myself. I want to make that clear. The intent to serve was something that was when this first came up, there was huge, this room was packed. You had to move the meeting to this room to accompany all the opposition to this. And it was said the Ranchos had approved this project. The Ranchos has no authority to do that. We have no authority over land use. So I want to make it clear that intent to serve water and sewer is not the same thing as saying we approve of a project. We simply don't have the authority to do that. Again, the original project came forward with over 300 homes and there was huge objection. I believe there was a number of variances. So when this project came back with fewer homes and a route out to 88, it was a benefit to the Ranchos overall. The key is, I'm glad everyone's expressed that view, is that bridge and that idea that we now have a way of not having all that traffic go down Tillman. People could go to 88, and not only for public safety as a secondary access, but for the public as a whole. So that really would change the public's mind on this project. So I'm glad that we're going to make that a condition, because I hate to see a bait and switch where people relax their opposition to something because they thought they'd gotten what they needed. So I'm reducing about half my comments here because it's been covered well. Um, the frustration as the Ranchos does its water master plan and planning throughout the county really is that we have projects we don't know when they're going to be built. So we sit there and plan our water use and we sit there and have this project sitting there and other people come forward with projects and we're trying to make decisions on what we can serve. And if we don't know when something's going to be built, where one project can sit there for years and years before it's built. And you don't know, are you holding place on that project and not approving something else? So in the future, I would like to see more deadlines, more performance, so that not just in the Ranchos, but throughout the county, that we have a project that doesn't sit on the books for 30 years. Well, we don't know if and when it'll be built, but that we have an idea so that we can plan for it. Both the local GIDs, the county as a whole, we can do better planning and know what's going to go in and when, because it certainly affects traffic and water and other things. Thank you.
John Sheridan, Gardnerville Ranchos, Chairman, Gardnerville Ranchos General Improvement District. I'm here speaking on behalf as a private resident. I want to thank you all for your comments today. They were all great comments and questions. I'm not looking to burden the applicant. I do want to start out by saying this property is contiguous with the other development, the larger development of the Ranchos that talks about, we're talking 2 developments increasing the Rancho size by greater than 50%, adding more than 6,000 residents. I don't see why this other developer wasn't responsible for any of the improvements to the secondary access road at the bridge. And that kind of, I do want to thank this board for addressing that road issue, but that doesn't alleviate the infrastructure issue from the Riverview Drive. And Tom Delaire, I know you mentioned when those improvements are needed. Those improvements are needed now. And so when I want to talk about water, Mrs. Rao explained that, you know, our general manager said that we will continue to approve that will serve. And some of you looked a little stumped, Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Rice, when I believe our vice chair said that we couldn't deny a will serve. You guys have zoned this property within our jurisdiction. We don't have the ability to deny the will serve. We have brought the issues around water forward over 5 years ago. Everybody has sat on their hands, literally. And nobody wants to work with the Ranchos. We cannot continue to remove paper water rights into the Ranchos. We need to find about 1,000 acre feet with Minden. We need to work together to move that water. There is no reason we need to burden our residents and not work together in collaboration behind the scenes and not in this siloed approach. We are part of Douglas County. You need to accept that. And I just want to say, I know you guys all have a tough job. Again, my correspondence, my private correspondence for public comments, I do try to scale back my tone. Commissioner Tarkanian, you did great today. I thank you again for your questions and comments. And I hope you all can really start to dig in around the water issue around the Ranchos, because you guys spend a lot of time with VHRs. If you spend a quarter of the time with the water issue, we would already be ahead of this and not burden these applicants when they come before us. So thank you.
Jim Slade. I thank Mr. Sheridan for his comments and his concerns about the water, and I think those are something that you should keep in mind all the time. I would think that the board and the public would have benefited in considering this request from a more detailed history of the development proposals on this property, going back to its inception in 2006 and 7. Unfortunately, that's not been provided. If you look at page 404, you'll see that briefly mentioned that the property was rezoned from FR 19 to SFR 8000 with a planned development overlay back then. But there's no further history presented until 2020. Be helpful to know what happened to the original PD. Did it expire? It appears that this has been the same owner for 17 years. And what has he done out there? Nothing. When the original PD was approved, the developer made it clear that he considered having to create a secondary access by extending Heritage Lane to Highway 88 and having to improve or replace the bridge. on that road was overly expensive and onerous. You asked what the alternative is? It was expressed back then. They made it clear that they preferred to wait until the property immediately to the east was developed so that they could use as secondary access Blue Rock or some other nearby road to the east. So I'm glad that you've gotten a commitment to build that road and that bridge. That's a good thing. The applicant has vaguely referred to, quote, the current housing market and economic conditions as a reason for this extension. As Commissioner Noah said and others have said, that's not our problem. That's not your problem either. That's the developer's problem. He's owned that property for 17 years and counting. Yet the housing market here in Douglas County is a seller's market. There aren't a lot of houses, and that's why it's a seller's market. And that's why real estate is struggling a little bit, but that's not, going to last forever. And interest rates have already started to come down and are likely to continue to come down. So now would be a good time to build so that you can sell them into lower rates and a better market. It appears, though, that the owner wants this extension, since he doesn't plan to build all the homes himself, to sell it. This might be the main reason he wants the extension, to sell it to another developer or home builder. That's not our problem or your problem either. That's his problem. And it's no reason to grant an extension. I see no reason to grant this extension, and none has been given that is credible. And I urge you to deny it. If they do not perform in a timely manner with the dates in place now, then this PD should expire and they should start again.
Jason Gibson, Gardnerville Rancho resident. We built our home in the Ranchos off of Langley in '83. Says here, the subject site is located in the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Development Plan. Community, according to my Google search here, what was that? All right. I just lost my definition of community. This should read commercial development plan. A community is a group of people who share common interests and who actually share a neighborhood and are open as neighbors. We don't have that kind of social fabric. We live in a social fabric of fear. The Ranchos is a total commercial, over-commercialized zone. My street is littered with alcohol and beer bottles. My roadway is constantly busy with heavy construction vehicles, monster trucks. Law enforcement won't enforce the code. It's not a community, it's a commercial development cash cow. That's what our home has become. We've spent 40 years, and I would never sell our house because of the sentimental values, but the quality of life in the Ranchos is criminal. We've had murders in our neighborhood. We've had the death of our pets, and we've had conflicts with speed demons who will not slow down. The circumstances are such where these developments are going to be detrimental to our quality of life and our well-being, and these roads are already thrashed. What Tom Dallaire is saying is that the developer has an obligation to keep them as they are. They're absolutely in disrepair. And so they're saying that's all they have to do is maintain the current standard, which is no standard at all. They're tearing up the Ranchos. They've got 4 liquor stores. That's the only economy we have in the Ranchos are 4 liquor stores serving 3,500 people. We got a bowling alley that they're going to tear down. There really is no economy in the Ranchos other than unbridled commercial development. I had a definition for community, but obviously it's out the window. This is a commercial development agency. Let's be clear. Let's make sure that the definitions conform to the plan.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure? Commissioner Hales.
Make sure this is going to do what we think it's going to do. I move that we approve the extension as requested, conditioned upon all the conditions in place now. Although revising the one condition about the bridge to remove any alternative to building or improving the bridge to handle the capacity of East Fork Fire apparatus.
I will second that, but I would offer an amendment. And I would amend that to indicate that it must meet the standards of the International Fire Code 503 in regards to handling 75,000 pounds or 37.5 tons.
All right, we have a motion, an amended motion, and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? It passes 4-1.
You took that as a friendly amendment, right? So we didn't have to go through a vote. Okay.
All right, let's go to agenda item number 7. This is presentation only. It's introduction of ordinance 2024-1633, an ordinance approving a zoning map amendment and planned development overlay district for APN 1220-15-701-001 by number 1, repealing ordinance 2002-1022, which changed the zoning in the same parcel from FR 19 Forest and Range 19-acre minimum lot size to SRF 8,000 single-family residential 8,000 square foot minimum lot size with a PD or planned development overlay, PD 02-06, because the associated development was never inaugurated and the tentative map expired. And 2, reclassifying the same parcel as SFR 12,000 single-family residential 12,000 square feet minimum lot size with a planned development overlay. Excuse me, this will be the first reading. The board may also discuss the associated tentative subdivision map. Lucille Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Since this is the first reading and an introduction to the ordinance, we will have a full presentation for you with the applicant on March 7th at the BOCC meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I just got one quick one. I don't want to prolong this, but because I know it's the first reading, but can I ask one quick one? Just for clarification. So the zoning change is still in place. It's the planning, the overlay district has been I'm saying the wrong word ever there. I got the wrong one up. So, but the zoning change that originally occurred from the larger lots to the 8,000 square feet is still in place. That hasn't been terminated yet, but the other part has. And that's what we're going to be voting on in the next meeting.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Yes, so the zoning, SFR 8,000 is the zoning on that parcel today. They are asking for upzoning to SFR 12,000 larger size lots. But the PD, yes, it's the PD, it's part of what, right, and the zone change. That's what the zoning amendment is for. So the introduction, the ordinance is for the PD and the zoning.
Okay, so again, I'm confused and maybe I just don't understand how this process works. The property was rezoned to 8,000 square foot lots. And you're saying, and it still is there. They want to change it to 12,000, which is larger. Why would you need to get it rezoned to put to have fewer lots?
Tom Delaire for the record. So there was a plan development approved at that time when the zoning was put in place at SFR 8,000. That plan development in the tentative map associated with that plan development expired. The staff never brought that item back to you guys to just get rid of the zoning and put it back to the FR 19 zoning that it was before. And there's a plan development that they could have gone through a modification to the plan development at that, under the SFR 8,000, but they're bringing forward today, their proposed plan and the model that they want to build now is an SFR 12,000 square foot parcel. So,
I understand all that. I'm just trying to understand the process. So you're then saying that when the time period had expired and they wanted to change the lot sizes to 12,000 square feet, that it could have came back before the board and the board could have determined to revert it back to the original larger lots?
yes, that's correct. The zoning was put in by an ordinance. The ordinance has to be rescinded or repealed.
It hasn't been rescinded.
That's what we're proposing in this item.
Well, if you're proposing to rescind it, then it would go back to the original larger lots, and then you're asking us to then agree to 12,000 square feet. If it's not rescinded, you're asking us to go from 8,000 square feet to 12,000. It's a big difference. That's what I'm trying to figure out how this works.
Right, because the application before us that was submitted was for a project, a plan development project that needs the density of SFR 12,000 in order to comply with our code. SFR 12,000 was what was selected. They're actually higher density than that in the actual project, but that's what fits for their proposed development, which is a plan development. And then the tentative map will come in after the plan development. If the plan development gets approved, then the tentative map is what the layout of those parcels will be. Is that?
I should have had this in a meeting with you guys just so you could explain, not waste all the people's time here. And maybe we could do that tomorrow when we meet on another subject. Thank you.
But I think the basic is it was 8,000, now they want 12,000.
Tom Delaire, that's correct.
Right. So why would they do that? Well, a lot of 12,000 is a lot more attractive, and you can put a bigger house on it. So you're not going to lose any money.
Any other comments from the board? All right, this is for presentation only. It was read into the record, and I thank you for your time. All right, folks, believe it or not, no. Before we get to closing comments, we have to get to presentation only, announcements, reports, and updates from the county commission members, including updates on the various boards and the commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings and functions they've attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. We'll start at the far end. Commissioner Gardner.
On a day that we are going to look look at ending earlier than our most recent meetings. I really have nothing to report beyond that. Just to say that I'm looking forward, next Friday, we will be leaving for Washington, D.C. to attend the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference for a few days back there. So looking forward in regards to representing the county in that effort. So thank you. That's all.
We had one meeting with Tahoe Conservation District. We just basically were catching up on a lot of things because we'd had a couple previous ones that were canceled. Nothing really relevant to discuss here.
I had one meeting, Board of Health, and it's rather a grim report talking about deaths and suicides. And no, it's known that the crime-related deaths has decreased.
I'll make up for their brevity. Sorry about that. A few things, starting with the most important. So we had two items on our agenda that dealt with development where the developers have to purchase TDRs. And I believe that the most important thing my constituents want me to do is to protect open space. And so we have this opportunity with TDRs, and yet our TDR program is not where we need it to be. We don't have any, it seems to me we don't have any assurance that when we require TDRs, we're going to get like for like, right? That the TDRs may come from some remote corner of the county and protect something that does not really benefit the majority of our county residents. I know that there's work underway to look at TDRs, but I asked about that study this week, and the date that it would be done is uncertain. And I did not feel the sense of urgency underway that I feel to get this going. And so I would like to ask that we, as a commission, direct our county manager to expedite the work on TDRs so that we have a program in place that actually really gets us the best land possible when we require TDRs for these developments. So I don't know if that requires an agenda item to give such direction, or if we can do that by consensus, or I don't know what the next step is, but I feel this sense of urgency. And if it requires additional resources to be allocated for the development department to make this happen fast, then I would be in favor of doing whatever that takes. Okay. Thank you. Do you need anything? Okay. The other things are less important, but I do want to mention them. I have been asked to serve on the Chamber of Commerce's economic development, they don't use the word vitality, but that's essentially what it means. And they are concerned about the road construction and the businesses that are directly off 395 where the construction is being undertaken. And so they have asked that fees for temporary signs be waived during road construction so that these businesses can put signs out that say, we're still open, come on in, or whatever, something to that effect. And I already, I know that we did have county staff members at that meeting, and I think they already have that on their list, but I wanted to ask for that as a future agenda item. I have three other quick things. One is I wanted to mention that the Lake Link routes, which is the microtransit at the lake, have expanded further into Douglas County, and I'm encouraged about that. And the South Shore SSMTMA Transportation Organization is moving forward on van pools, which will be very beneficial to our casinos there at South Lake Tahoe, our major employers there. So I'm encouraged that the work is progressing on that committee. I want to note for the record on Carson Water Subconservancy District, we have never had, I believe this is accurate, in the history of that organization, a baby born to a sitting director. And we are going to have that when Cassie Kerner delivers her baby in the near future. And I am delighted to have youth, young people working and have this little, I'm sure that everyone will adore this baby and we will want her to come to the meetings or him. And then the last thing, I really like this podium better than the one that we have. Taller people don't have to bend their necks down, and I would like to get either raise that podium or get a new one at the historic courthouse. It just would be easier for people who are taller to present to us. Thanks.
Or we could put a soapbox there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Since our last meeting, we had a Board of Health meeting, a TRPA meeting, an NNDA meeting, a Barton meeting. And I'm happy to announce that Barton is, for those of you that don't know, it's moving its main hospital to the Nevada side. And it's going to be at the side of the old lakeside, which I miss dearly. But we will now be spending more time at Barton than at the lakeside. So that's good news, bad news. Anyway, I will.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
May I add a comment?
Yes, sir.
I think an important aspect to enlighten our community about regarding the Board of Health meeting. I thought that was one enlightening. We have members of the public that continually talk about the tremendous amount of suicides in our under 18 population here in the county. And it was very encouraging. All five of us attended that meeting as one of our responsibilities. It was very interesting and encouraging to find out that actually we have one of the lowest juvenile suicide rates in the state and perhaps even in the nation, and have not had a juvenile death by suicide over the last, I believe it was 4 years, 3 or 4 years. So I don't want the public to go misinformed about that number. And our death rates here in the county also are below the national averages significantly. And I believe that is a lot due to the tremendous efforts of our community services department and what we offer in our community community center and the senior center also. So once again, kudos to those folks who continue to do a great job for us in our county. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor the conversation, but I cannot help myself an opportunity. Oh, sorry, Jennifer Davison, Douglas County Manager for the record. I just want to let the public know that the strategic plan, the draft, is posted online. You can access it through our front page, and we are soliciting public comment on that through the month of February. Stay tuned for an announcement on a future special meeting of this board to discuss the strategic plan. I'm very excited for some additional public engagement in this process and additional input. Thank you.
Thank you. Without further ado, we will do closing public comment.
Couple of points to make. James McCallum for the record. One, I want to thank Commissioner Hale for pointing out the TDRs that needs to be looked at. I appreciate you bringing that up. The other comment is that somebody made public comment here disparaging the ranchos. I don't see the ranchos that way. I'm part of my community. We have businesses. We have a great residential area, good schools, and don't listen to those comments. It's a good place to live. Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I want to thank you for your responses to several of the things that were going on today. I found the questions very enlightening, and you put some of the people on the spot. I ask you again, please do not forget about us up on Johnson Lane. It is extremely important. Hundreds of people showed up to when that was a big issue up there and everything. So we would appreciate the help. And we believe there are things that can be done. One of the things I wanted to do is, so maybe you can understand me a little bit better on where I'm coming from, is give you a little bit of my background. I was in the Marine Corps and I served as a sergeant. My training was as a air naval gunfire forward observer. I was there during the Tet Offensive, and I called in different ships all the way up to the New Jersey. When I came back to the States from that, I had some additional training. This was the scary one in nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare, both protection from and dissemination of. When I got out of the service, I went back to college and majored in chemistry. I then went to work for a couple of sprinkler manufacturing people, and I ended up working for Walt Disney Productions as head of their creative department for both the Disney Channel and Disney Home Entertainment. When I left that, I started my own business as a graphic arts broker to all of the movie industries, and I served every one of the studios and everything. At the same time that I was doing that, my wife and I both volunteered for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Equestrian Unit, of which I was the vice commander for 8 years. At the same time we did that, we had volunteered for the Forestry Service. And this one was one where we kind of gave it second thoughts to patrol the canyons up behind where we lived on horseback looking for pot farms. And one of the things they told us is watch the ridge lines for the guys standing up there with the automatic weapons and stuff. When we were back up in that area, had radios, but there was no connection to any service. So we were on our own. They did allow us to be armed, so that was one thing in our favor. And then I moved up here and retired about 10 years ago. And just this past year have gotten involved more coming down here and kind of pestering you folks and stuff. So maybe now when I get up here, you'll have a little bit of idea where I'm coming from and things that I've done and people and things that I've seen and why I take some of the things very passionately and stuff. And one of the things is the Johnson Lane and the traffic that we're going to be suffering up there. So thank you.
Ted Gaines, little clarification here. I had told Commissioner something earlier, and I want to compliment Ms. Hales on a meeting a while back dealing with the VHRs. They came in here unprepared without the information that she was asking for, and she basically told them, if you don't want to do it, why don't you get out of here? Quit, go somewhere else. And I commend that being upfront because they didn't have the information and you can't make decisions without it. Now, the TDRs is a good thing. I'm glad to hear you say that just a minute ago, but our county manager, she's going to have to deal with the good old boys and the old people of the valley. So it's not going to happen real quick. So now, with that being said, Mr. Ritchie over there has commented to me, he may need to get a copy of this county's procedures and policies and procedures manual, because he quoted me stuff that can't be done is not done. In fact, the little girl with Tom Delaire over here a minute ago on a generator issue I put in admitted to me, we're looking into that. So they didn't make a decision not to charge him. It just happened to be David Lundergreen, our good old boy. So he didn't pay for it. Now, Tom Delaire mentioned we don't have offices. We don't have room for people. Who took Lonnie's room? the rooms that they were doing plan inspections on. Who moved into that? What are they using that for? That's still there. Nick Nalder is certified in plan check. So we have people in the county that can do plan check. If we have questions on a job because there's a problem, now we got to call back these expensive people and find out what's going on here, what it is, because we don't have in-house people that can do it. Now, again, he said we used 3 different companies. We did. Resource Concepts on one of them. The very first page here, and it was put in as a answer to my request for building permit issues and fees. On the very first page I go to, it says right here, surveyor, 1-man surveying crew, $4,000. I don't think that's got anything to do with our building department. And it goes on and on. These are all county figures, on and on with the surveying crew that does it. In Far West, they're talking to about planning. And I could mention the jobs to you. It's all printed out. I looked at them. There's several of them that come to mind. So this is not building stuff they're doing. They're using that money for other reasons. Why don't they be honest when they come in here and tell you the truth? That's where my problem is and why I'm bringing this up. Thank you.
Jim Slade, I trust you all enjoyed your lunch. I'm sure it was prepared for you and ready to eat backstage. The public, on the other hand, had to fend for themselves. I immediately left the meeting. I was the first to order my sandwich at Schott's Bakery, a half a block away, got my sandwich, wolfed it down and half of my cup of coffee, and came back here and the meeting was already started. It is unbelievably inconsiderate of the public to have a half-hour lunch break. You should know better. You know, at the beginning of the meeting, when the only shot that we could see on the screen and presumably on YouTube was all of you, and someone raised that issue, the chairman said, "That's too bad. We have the cameras that we have, and that's all there is to it. Deal with it." Yet within 5 minutes, the county manager and her staff, I believe it was, rectified that situation so that we now have people, including the public, available to be seen on the screen. So that was also inconsiderate of the public and should have been dealt with before the meeting, not in the midst of it. I appreciate Ms. Hale's comments on valuing open space. I think everyone in this county does. But by definition, that means the natural keeping it in the natural condition, not as a detention pond and certainly not as a gravel pit. At the January 4th meeting, Ms. Morales O'Neill said this, that staff there's a new staff applicant meeting that's new this year. It's an opportunity for staff and applicant to address comments, conditions, and corrections from staff. The goal is the meeting is to try to resolve any issues without having to have a continuation or to recommend denial. Oh, the horror. The goal is to keep the applications moving forward. So we're hoping these meetings will be helpful to the applicants. So we're all on the same page and moving forward with an application. That is known as saying the quiet parts out loud or being honest. What was not mentioned whatsoever in that presentation was the interests of the public, the letter and intent of the master plan, or of the county code. It's just about how to get to yes with the developers. That is apparently is and always has been the development department's only goal. So that is incredibly disappointing. It is all too honest, and it is what myself and many other people in this county have been complaining about for decades. And it needs to be rectified. It's not right. It's not all about the developers and getting to yes with them. It's about what's right for the community and what's in the letter and intent of the master plan. Now I'll go finish my coffee.
Jason Gibson, Gardnerville Ranchos. We're dealing with a fact-resistant political body. They'll sit here and nod their head, thank you, thank you, thank you. Nothing's ever going to get done until you begin to use due process. Your notices, your affidavits. You have to hold these fictitious persons personally accountable for selling you out. 40 years we invested into this valley, into our home, and we're going to have to give it up because of these jokers who claim to be looking out for our best interests. So what we're doing is creating our own PMAs, our own social forums, our own autonomous republics. Our political status will be corrected. We're not paying their taxes anymore. We're not in their jurisdiction unless we elect to be. It's governed by consent. Stick them with the bill. Stop paying it, because nothing's ever going to get fixed with these people. They're going to take everything you got. You're going to be living in a little LA with a crime rate that's going to make your head spin. 200,000 people coming into Reno in the next 2 years. What do you think that's going to do to Gardnerville, Nevada, to Douglas County? They don't care. They don't have a plan. They're not strategic planners. These two jokers over here, Richie Rich and Jennifer Davis, make upwards of $500,000 to $750,000 a year. Two people. With Douglas County Sheriff, they're making $700,000 to $900,000 a year, more in 1 week than the average family in Douglas County makes in an entire year. That's called economic slavery. They're selling you out. They're destroying your quality of life. They don't care about you. You've got to wake up, Douglas County. And then when we lose the power, whether it be from the EMP or the sun, it's over. You don't want all that population in this valley. You're going to be hurting. They all know about it. We've been informing them for 2 years, Ms. Hales. They all know what's coming down, but they won't apply any resources to preparing the people for the inevitable event. All they can think about is bigger, better, jumbo government. We're going to be fighting in the streets. We're going to be dealing with domestic terrorism and crime. People are going to be losing their wits and going nuts. Gun violence, KKK, Troompa Loompa, redneck, proud boy, oath keeping. And it doesn't matter what side of the coin you're on. Republican, Democrat, it's all a ghost corporation. You're worshiping a golden calf. You don't even know what that flag represents right there. That's the natural law.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Joseph Fisher. I'm a homeowner on Riverview Drive near the Ranchos. I have a prepared statement here on my phone, so I'm just going to read from that if you don't mind. I live right near the Carson Valley Golf Course. I'm concerned about the structural integrity and safety of the water control gate located at the intersection or diversion point of the East Fork of the Carson River and the Rocky Slough. Due to the weak structural components in this water control gate and the 2023 failure of the adjacent water control gate for the upper New Virginia Canal, I believe there is a high risk for a failure of the Rocky Slough water control gate, which would result in significant flooding of homes along the Rocky Slough. I'm requesting that certain structural components of the Rocky Slough water control gate be replaced to strengthen it and prevent its failure at the aforementioned diversion point. The Rocky Slough water control gate blocks the East Fork of the Carson River from flowing into the Rocky Slough and flooding many homes along it. On the immediately opposite side of the Carson River from the Rocky Slough water control gate is the water control gate for the upper New Virginia Canal, which is nearly identical in its construction and structural components. In 2023, the upper New Virginia Canal water control gate failed, which I imagine you're aware of, resulting in flooding along the upper New Virginia Canal, requiring expensive repairs to the water control gate and the flooded areas. If the Rocky Slough water control gate were to fail in the same way, many homes along the Rocky Slough would experience major flooding. The material used in the Rocky Slough water control gate to block water are 1.5 inch, apparently just from my looking at it, 1.5 inch thick wood panels. When continuously exposed to water, wood will rot over time. Amid changing weather patterns and increased seasonal water flow along the East Fork of the Carson River, such as that which occurred in 2023, I request that the county strengthen the Rocky Slough water control gate, thereby protecting the homes that would be flooded if it were to fail. Therefore, I'm requesting that the county require that the wood panels in the Rocky Slough water control gate be replaced with a stronger and more durable material, such as metal, and also require the replacement of any other structural components of this water control gate, which may be subject to fail, such as those which failed on the Upper New Virginia Canal water control gate. By taking these preventive measures, the county may avoid a recurrence of incidents such as what occurred during the 2023 failure of the Upper New Virginia Canal water control gate, as well as the significant costs that resulted from that event. In reference to the late November meeting of this group, I believe there is a need for, I was watching that hearing. There's a need for credit for the community rating system by building dams. Am I out of time? Which is mentioned. Should I stop now? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we leave, I do have a public comment if the public is done.
Please do.
Okay. Is the public done? Okay. I've sat here and I want to make some observations, previous meetings in this meeting. My observation is that Mr. Gibson continues to use these meetings as a public forum to, in my opinion, dispense inaccurate, false, misleading information and accusations. I find that unfortunate. We continue, and I think this is important for the public to understand, we continue to have no jurisdiction over our sheriff's department, nor have we ever had arrest authority. Even our deputy ones, to my knowledge, do not have that authority. So I would ask members of the public to please do your own research. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir,
A little bit
we're
on
not going to get out of here, are we?
A little bit of skin on the game. It should be known that while there's 5 of us sitting here and we filed for election in our own district, the whole county elected us. That means everybody in the county is the people we report to in the chain of command. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And with that, meeting adjourned.